Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, July the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, Starkey. And Pepe already. All right, guys. So we're ready to go. Both rooms are all set to go. Hearing me and seeing my screen. All right, guys. Well, let's see. The market is the SPY. A little bit of after Friday. The Dow was down a lot. SPY was down a lot. The Qs were down a lot. SPY's having a bit of a recovery right now. And BIYA, okay, BIYA, probably no news on it. Just a low flow China stock. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. BIYA up only 80%. 30 million shares are traded already. Float turnover is 23 and a half. So at least the best thing I can say about this one right now, best thing is that it's still over the VWAP. A lot of these stocks that have popped in the pre-market, you see the big spike, and then you see the big drop, and then they hang under the VWAP almost for the rest of the day. Morning, Daler and Mike. Looks like a couple of new people. Excellent. ZYBT. No news on it. No news that I can see on this one. I know they had a notice in June about failure to maintain minimum bid pricing. So they've probably done a reverse split. No, they have not done a reverse split, but they're trying to get over $1 without a reverse split, I guess. I want to just take a look at this one, guys. Is a GVH disaster. So, I mean, the news, when you look at it, it says they signed a global distribution agreement with DramaBox, reaching platform with over 90 million registered users. Seems like a good deal. And the market said, yeah, we like it. But then, now this is so dramatic. I mean, again, we see these spikes in the pre-market, and then they go down below the VWAP. Still usually very positive for the day. This has actually gone horribly negative. So it's almost like they're doing a financing too. But I don't see any news on a financing. Man, imagine you're getting, you see that press release, you say, all right, it looks like it's going to keep going, and you walk away and it's 9:30, and then it's I'm not talking about the time, 9:30 on the price, then back down to 241. I mean, not only is it, it's not just from where it came, way below the close on Friday. So I don't know what's going on with that one. I mean, it's a low float out of Australia. Aussie, what's going on with it? And S dot, which will just absolutely not go away. S dot will not go away. Another one, it's holding over the VWAP. Still pretty good volume to start the day. 1.8 million, of course, 890,000 in the float. What's the high on last week? Well, last week's high was 30.97, so it's above that. The week before that was way up here at 63. And of course, the week before that, it was over 100. But let's see. I mean, it's, wildly speculative. There's basically, I mean, there was some news on it on Friday. Jumps as financing, Trade IQ deal, reshapes their outlook. So, I mean, they did have some news on Friday. Let's see what else there. Adverb, ADVB. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. The big pop and then the big drop and hanging under the VWAP for most of the day. So Aussie, I am kidding, of course, but GVH, this is an Australian company. Had some news. It really had a big pop on that news, and then a complete and utter drop. All right, now this one intrigues me. This is just the two-time, the SKUU. It's the two-time long for SK Hynix. Pretty big IPO. Well, last week or 2 weeks ago. Sorry, 2 weeks ago. Got up to $38, down to 23. High on Friday was 27.41, so we're a little bit below that. The high the day before that was about 28. I'm going to put a price alert in that area. Just see if it can take that out. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but at some point, because then there's a ton of room for it to move. AMC is actually an earnings play, guys. Such as it is. AMC is an earnings play. Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm just saying, well, okay, The Odyssey is helping. The movie The Odyssey is helping, according to the headline. So anyway, AMC up. Another earnings play, which is looking interesting. It doesn't have a lot of volume yet, but is DX. DX is an earnings play, and it's through the 200-day moving average now. That yellow line on my chart, that is a 200-day moving average. So it's through the 200-day. All right. Anything else? BRIA, BRIA. Yeah. VMAR. This is another company ETF. That's the NBIS. Okay, NBIS, big pop. The stock itself will be up 6%. So NBIS, this is a way to play it. All right, let's see some of the ones that won some races earlier. Let's see if the ones I haven't, some of the ones I haven't talked about. NNBR. Craig Hallam initiated coverage with a buy and a target of 7. Okay. If there's any news on it, enters into a tier 1 contract manufacturing industry for firearm components in the US market. So that is your news for NNBR. New business expected to add $12 million to $15 million in sales through 2028. All right, let's take a closer look at this BIYA that has no news that I can see. It had a pretty, actually, it had pretty big day on Friday. It got up to 476, but it did close at 416. But it had a decent day on Friday compared to what the rest of the market was doing. So it's been on a nice trajectory. The next high, so it's got, wow, at least on a weekly chart, it definitely has some room. Look at a weekly chart here, and the next high is 1673. I think, make sure that high is taken out. Yeah, 740, that's a high right there at 740. So the next high in the weekly chart, 1673, not saying it's going to get there, but at least on a weekly chart, you don't have to worry about chart resistance. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors before the market, before the 9:30 open. What are we, 9:11 right now? So click on new. I'm going to click on new. Then I'm going to click on the dock channel bar. Scroll down, click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. And we're going to click on the sector status channel and see what's happening. All right, so as we speak, the semis are the top sector right now, okay? 2.4% above Friday's close. Silver, what's the worst one? Probably oil. No, I'm wrong. Consumer staples. Oh, XLE, I would have thought XLE might be, where is XLE? There it is. So nothing major happening in terms of a bad sector. There's XLV, that's healthcare. But the top sector right now, semis. Now, let's see if there's anything here that is really standing out. So in technology, AMD, expensive, but there'll definitely be a company ETF for this one. And Micron, well, we know Micron's got one. So these are the two leaders right now in the tech stocks. Okay, what's the worst one? Intuit is the worst one. You guys have been talking about Intel. I guess they have earnings coming up this week. But Intuit is the worst one. Netflix is still a little bit weak here, guys, down 1%. That was a really nice one from that company ETF. Healthcare, COO. I don't know why this one is down. All right. So the Cooper companies, I don't know why this is down. Just looking to see if there's any specific news on it. It's down 3.78%. Just looking to see if there's any news on it. This is what do they do? Medical device company. Okay. I don't see any news on it. No volume yet. Okay. There's no volume yet. Only 46 shares are traded. So it might not mean anything. BXBL. Okay. Thank you, Obi. All I'm doing, I'm just looking to see, well, here's BR, probably no volume though. Yeah, 738 shares. All right, guys. Well, that's kind of a glimpse at. So definitely the semis are the top sector as we speak. Okay. VCIG. What is this one doing? I know it was on here at one point. I don't see it now, but yeah, again, big pop pre-market, big pop, big drop underneath the VWAP. Morning, Ahmad. Netflix. Well, let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix actually on Friday was good both ways. I mean, it was beautiful short, and then you could have turned around and gone long on the bounce. I mean, that was a beautiful bounce too for Netflix. Remember, NFLU is the way in which you can trade Netflix. Either you can short it or you can go long. A lot of yeah, enough shares available to short NFLU, or you can go long. This is the two-time long for Netflix NFLU. What was the pre-market high now for this BIYA? So it was 866, so about a dollar below the pre-market high. Mara's a little frisky, guys. Bitcoin's up a little bit today, a little under the 65,000 mark. Bitcoin's up a little bit. So Mara and Riot are probably doing something like this. Take a look at Riot. So Mara's over the VWAP. Take a look at Riot, see if it's doing sort of the same thing. The answer is yes. Riot is now above the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at Mara. What is it doing with respect to the 200-day? And it's below. So Riot is above the 200-day moving average. So that might be a little more interesting if you're looking to trade one of those two. You read my mind here. ZYBT, ZYBT. So the next high is very close, I think. 130. That's the next high on the weekly chart for ZYBT. ZYBT. And I'm just looking to see if there's any news in this one. I don't see any news. Other than, excuse me, low float China stock. Low float. There's your news. Low float China stock. Oh, that's right. I was talking about this in the pre-market. Yeah, they got to get that price over a dollar. I don't know if they've done a reverse split to do it yet, but because they still have. I mean, it's still a low float. Seems like they haven't done a reverse split to get it. Otherwise, the price would be a lot more. They have until November 25th to regain compliance. And there are other issue reasons, but one of the main reasons these companies don't have compliance is their stock is under a dollar. There are other reasons, but one of the main reasons is stock is under a dollar. So they got plenty of time. I mean, November 25th, that's an eternity. All right, guys. Well, yeah, the BIYA is still hanging tough over the VWAP. No news that I can see. All right, guys, we got about 8 minutes to the 9:30 open. DGXX, okay, you're leading a race. Let's see what's happening with this one. DigiPower, okay. Now the 200-day moving average is, it's above it, just above it now. So there is a little bit of room, not a lot of room. 422 is the next high in the daily chart. So not a lot of room, but it is over the 200-day moving average now. That is a GGXX. Yeah, Grumpy. So you're talking about Hut. Yeah, it could be. I mean, there are a lot of shares available. I'm surprised. There are a lot of shares. Hut is $103. Okay, you know what I have to do? Yes, Hut G. So HUTG. HUTG. A little cheaper. Okay, so here's how you can actually, and there are not a lot of shares available. It's the only issue. To short 9,000. Yeah, there's only 9,000 available to short. Yeah, there's not a lot of volume, so that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Yes, so there is a company ETF for Hut. Well, I look at, but it's not, obviously I'm not going to take 9,000 shares, but it's just that I'd like to see a lot more available. They got more people involved in shorting. But the other thing is there's no volume on that yet, 14,000 shares. So I would not be doing that. But Hut the stock, $103 underneath the VWAP now. I can't believe HUD is $100, over $100. I mean, I remember when this was just, well, not $100. $14. $11. I mean, it's not that long ago. It's October of 2024. So less than 2 years ago. This was like an $8 stock, $9 stock, or less. I mean, I've got down here $7 stock in 2024. Well, Netflix is giving it up again, guys. I'm just going to take a look at NFLU. See here, there's 113,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers is the ZYBT. Probably a good thing. That was on Friday. That SLND on the wastewater deal in Winnipeg. That was on Friday. Yeah. Okay. So that's sort of sustaining it, but not sure what the question is. Earnings is for IBKR. You mean, am I going to trade it before earning? No, I don't ever. I can probably list a million evers in a row. I don't trade earnings plays. I'll wait for the earnings to come out, but I'm not going to try to anticipate what the earnings could be and buy ahead of time and hold. No, I never do that. Less than a minute. Thank you, William. Now, if people want to trade earnings, go right ahead. I mean, trade through earnings, hold. That's fine. I mean, but I just don't do it. Okay, get rid of these two. Hey guys, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I tend to I want to let things settle down a little bit. I may make some exceptions if it's a name company with an ETF, like a Netflix. I'm not saying today I'm going to do it. The day to have done that was, of course, on Friday when it had earnings, or the earnings result was on Friday. Released earnings Thursday afternoon after the market, but the big result was on Friday. All right, the BIYA is still hanging in there. We're open. All right, let's go, guys. Okay, well, let's have a great start to this trading week. All right, let's take a look at this one. NUAI, didn't see that in the pre-market. Just a big pop right now, guys. NUAI, big pop. The next high in a weekly chart has room. Again, it's early. Through the 200-day moving average, even though. Through the 200-day moving average. It's in the energy sector. I don't see any specific news on it today. And we have our first halt of the week. SKYQ just got halted. Based on the price, my guess it's down. And I'm wrong. Okay. SKY, just because SKYU was a lot more, but it's popping right now, guys. Okay. And I'm going to display this for the first time this week. This blue screen you see here, window you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt stock, halt price of 466. This column trying to show you where it could open. No big clue. Usually they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:36 plus 58 seconds. Okay, ZYBT is still hanging in there, guys. It's still over the 200-day moving. Well, now it's over the 200. I shouldn't say still. It is now over the 200-day moving average. ZYBT. Yeah, Nike, or what's on Nike? Sorry, Nikki's halted on the way. I don't know why it's halted. So they're doing a reverse split, and as of today, okay, one for 100, I guess, or 1 for 10. Sorry, reverse split, and it's effective today. HDB is an earnings play, isn't it, William? HDB is an earnings play. Okay, we have it as an earnings play. Maybe we're wrong. I'm just looking at my earnings play right there. HDB as an earnings play. So, okay. And ZYBT got halted on the way up. Well, on the way up. However, BIYA taking a header now, right now, guys. BIYA through right now as we speak through the VWAP. I have Ryanair as a earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. RYAAY. Not a lot of volume yet. I have this as an earnings play. All right, guys. This is a 2-time long for the IREN. IREN. Okay. 2-time long for IREN. Where's that next high? 953, 958. So there's room. I mean, there's $1 to that next high. A little early for me, but some of you might look at that and go, and it's basically a crypto play, isn't it? Oops. See if Iran has any news on it specific to it. Iran lifts AI cloud revenue target. Hut 8. Hut 8 lands a $9.3 billion deal. Really? Iran, okay, IREN and Hut led a search for Bitcoin miners and our AI cloud providers. New contracts. Okay. Wow. I mean, what? Hut 8 announced a nearly $10 billion deal after a customer doubled an initial order. Whew, okay. So IREG. Yeah, it's just a little early for me. No, I hadn't seen that news. No, I had not seen that news. I mean, that sort of, what's Hut G doing now? Spread isn't great in it, and the volume is not great in it, but you know, that's pretty eye-catching news. Meta, guys, I've got Met You thumbnailed, so I do see what's happening. So Meta is weak. META is weak. Nikki, wow, Nikki resumed and then got halted again. Yeah, forget about that one. All right, Mara, guys, Mara is in the trend reversal. Okay, it's a trend reversal play. You can see what happened on Friday, like most stocks. Okay, like most stocks. And so this is reversing today. I don't, this is not an earnings play. July 29th, so they have earnings not next week, the week after. CLBK, let's see, pretty good volume. This showed up on the scan, guys, the reversal scan as a potential short. I have no shorts available for VEEE. Okay, wow. So ZYBT, it was a nice pop, and now it's halted on the way down. Okay, so that, I'm sorry, it resumed, and then it dropped from 146, and now it's halted on the way down. So that was probably short-lived, okay, because I'm looking here. Here's our potential open. So it's halted at 127, potential open now 117. That AMC end up doing, AMC, yeah, kind of chopping around underneath the VWAP. Well, I guess I should have taken the IREG. That was pretty good. The alert was at 835. A little bit choppy, but there's Riot. Okay, I thought Riot was better than Mara, just because it was over the 200-day moving average. Mara is still underneath, so it probably attracts more attention. The Riot. I'm not saying it's a better company or anything like that. I'm just talking about from a technical point of view. Yeah, so ADVB is yeah, I mean the 200 the VWAP is hovering above it. Well, maybe it's not over, guys. As ZYBT, I'm just looking here now. It's at a 117. The open is around the same as potential open is about the same as the halt price. Unity is well ripping pretty good here, guys. Unity software, you well below the 200-day moving average, 3170. So there's room. The next high looking left on the weekly chart, 3242. So there's certainly room on a weekly chart. Same, it's probably the same. Not quite. High in the daily chart is about the same as the high in the or the same as the 200-day moving average. So Sky Q, yeah, I mean it got halted, it came out of the halt. I guess it did okay. Oh man, that was the one, guys. I just didn't take it. Seriously, look at the IREG 835. This is the two time for IREN and 835. We're now at 874. Now GVH, woo, got halted on the way down, I think. Yeah, GVH halted on the way down. There's SDOT right at the top of this race, guys. SDOT, SDOT, trying to get through the 200-day moving. Sorry, the VWAP. Okay, the purple line. That's the VWAP. Let's see. Where could it? I mean, it's at the high now of last week. Obviously, on a weekly chart, it's got a ton of room. Highly volatile. One of the most volatile ones we've seen in a long time. 890,000 in the float. Yeah, ZYBT actually, that's interesting. It got halted. That looked like it was, and the potential open was going to be 117, but it popped up again, and now it's halted again on the way up. Interesting price action for this one. CLBK guys, this Columbia Financial, this is an all-time high. Okay, CLBK an all-time high. Some of these banks are doing pretty well. You know, another IBN, not M, IBN, and then the CLBK. Some of these regional banks, I guess. Now I do see that S dot. I do see that S dot is something in our AI. So watch out. I mean, guys, look, you're on your own on this one, okay? I may be dabbling in this one on the S dot. It's, but just but you know, it's very, very, very volatile. I think traders are just looking at this craziness that happened 2 weeks ago, and of course 3 weeks ago. So that's what traders are looking at, and I'm a trader. Hmm. Okay, so I do see this. This showed up on the reversal scan, but it's right at that high, and then the next high is pretty close. So I'm just not interested. It doesn't mean that next high is going to block it, but I just look left. I don't see enough room for me to get too interested in taking the BRIA. Yeah, wow. I mean, out of nowhere, really. And CLBK, I mean, it's 26 million in the float. It's an all-time high. I didn't take this one. I should have. 2460 up to 2020. It's about a dollar move since I was talking about it. Wow. And that is the CLBK. You must have been trying to short 158. You must have been trying to short Iran, because I'm just looking here. IREG is continuing to move. Wow, what a great alert. Boy. So you must have been trying to short Iran, because IREG is still moving higher. Well, okay, on a monthly chart, ZYBT, the next high is 229 on a monthly chart. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high. Now, STIM has a little bit of room. STIM, that's showing up on the daily reversal scan. Okay, it has a little bit of room. 234 is the next high. Um, it's right at that 188. I mean, that's why it triggered. Okay, got above that 188, which was the next high looking left. But if it can maintain that, then the next high is 233. So a little bit of room for it. STIM. You know, yeah, there are shares available for me to short. This is an all-time low now for AVEX. I remember this one. AVEX. This is an all-time low now for AVEX. Don't love the spread on it, 33.45. Boy, yeah, look at SpaceX. I mean, it's look like it's going to tempt 120 now. What was the low last week? The low last week was 122.12, so we're below that now. Just complete, who wants this one now? Okay, guys. I mean, S dot is wild. Okay, it is wild. Had no idea. Thank you, Ben. I didn't know there was supposed to be a launch. So on the S dot, guys, you notice there was a reentry price. Those of you with the AI, if you don't know what I'm talking about and you have our AI, you should, make sure you're paying attention to the reentry column. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know and I'll explain it. Wow. 170, Monica, 170. So you're asking the question, ZYBT halted at 168 and potential open around the 170 mark. So this is okay. So this SG, this is all to do with the lettuce, the lettuce stuff that's happening in your country, in the U.S. The FDA was wrong in blaming that Mexican grower. Okay. Is that got anything to do with sweet green or sweet whatever it's called? Sweet green. Has that got anything to do with them? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, there's the SBCX now. Well, I put a price alert down there for some reason. As I said, guys, S dot is a wild one. Yeah, I see. I've got Meta. I see METU is making lows, which is of course the two time for Meta. The next low looking left is last week's low, 24.24. I have to put a price alert there just in case. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow. Because if it does that, look out below for Meta. All right, LTH. What is this one? This is a holding company operating for professional fitness, family recreation, and spa centers. Okay, Lifetime Group. Okay, LTH. This is on the move, and all you know what? Basically an all-time high. I guess the all-time high was on Friday. What a day it had! I mean, it got up to 43.40, which would be the all-time high. But look where it closed. It sold all the way off. Well, here's a headline you don't want to see as a company. Wanted fugitive secretly working at IMX as a CMO, chief medical officer, I guess. That's not what you want to see. Okay, I gotta look. I mean, the next low looking left. I wish it were way down here around 760. And they've announced the termination of him, but well, there's some really, really cheap ones here in my trend reversal plays. I wouldn't take this one. It's the VWAP is right there. The next high looking left, it's just too darn close. Yeah, just too close. And even if it broke that, it's just too close for me. DAIC. Well, Citibank is trying to shore this up. Sweet Green coverage with a buy and a target of 9. They've raised their price target from 210 from 9. Wow, $120. Well, it did. I think it got down there almost. Looked like 120.43 for SpaceX now. Okay, guys. Well, there's the stem STIM. I didn't, it's got room, but me, I have to let it take out that $2 level. If it does that on a percentage basis, it does have some room, 233. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage now. The information you can find on it, including the scans that I am currently sharing, scans and races that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so at the very top, as always, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code Barry15, 15. You'll get 15%, 15 off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. Wow, look at SpaceX. Almost look like, is there any doubt it's going to get down over below 120? Or is it going to bounce from there? I have that one thumbnail. That's why I can see it. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, please use my code. Whether you do it today or next week or next month. Why? It helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main trading room right here. Okay. Company tracks the use of the promo codes. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering, what is this room? It's free also. A lot more action in this room, though, more interaction amongst traders. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, Obi does that in the room. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room right here. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. Okay. Education. Oops. One more thing to do. Scroll down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down. Here it is. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. How is it doing? It's FIG, isn't it? I didn't jot down the. So did that take out? Did that take out the trigger? 24.19. It got up to 24.19. I don't know what the trigger was. Education. So if you've just taken out a subscription, or you are, just give me one moment. I want to ask. During the pre-market, the chart's not the same as price. I don't know what you mean. Oh, thank you, William. Okay, 24.40. I don't know what you mean. The chart's not the same as price. Yes. Are you talking about our charts? You have to make sure that you have to have show pre-market checked. I think maybe that's what you mean. Okay. If you have pre-market checked, then the charts are going to show the current price. Okay. If that's what you mean. So you just have to make sure you see what I'm doing, what I did. Right click on the chart, go to properties, and you have to check show pre-market. And if you want to see the post-market actions, check them both. Show pre-market, show post-market. Okay. And then you'll see the charts then will be the current price in the pre-market. Does that answer your question, Dave, in our YouTube room? Okay, and make sure when you check it, when you do anything like that, make sure you save your work. Okay, save your layout at the end of the day. Otherwise, anything you do, any change you make will not be saved unless you save your layout at the end of the day. Okay. So getting back to the education section. So if you're taking out a subscription now or soon, well, now, or if you're thinking about it, click on the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. So 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory if you're taking out a subscription, okay? If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it though, I would start off with the second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You know, the program is not necessarily for everybody. So that's what I would do. Check out the videos. You'll see what we're capable of doing. And then you might want to at least try us for a month. Okay. You can always unsubscribe, but you can try us for a month. But I would do this first. Okay. Next thing, if you're new to trading, back to basics is for you. If you're new to trading, 15 free videos if you're new to trading. Now, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, custom scans, here they are. So here are the two races. The large cap race is here. The other race, a more volatile race, is here. Here's the halts resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And here's what I have open from these. I don't have them all open. I do have the up down 25 cents. Okay. And I do have my trend reversal scan. Okay. Don't have them all open though. But you can take a look at the ones that I don't have open. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means I like to change things up. And one thing, please, if you don't have them all open in a giant don't look at these all and create a layout with all of them. You'll never get anything done. Okay. You'll have so many alerts coming at you. So it's a matter of maybe picking and choosing what you might like. So both rooms are support rooms, trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have a question, do not hesitate to ask. Don't think you're interrupting me. I mean, if I'm doing something I can't answer right away, I'll let you know, but typically that's not the case. Well, I do see a couple of not bad ones now from our AI. I remember looking at this one, ADVB. So we've got a couple not bad ones now from the AI. Yeah, this adverb really moved. ADVB, I think the last time I looked at it was just hanging around the VWAP. Now the pre-market high was way up there at 920. So this is one, saw it in the pre-market, typical action, big pop, big drop. A lot of times they just don't have a chance to reclaim the VWAP, but not in this case. No, it did. A lot of volume came in, low float. Just a big boom now, guys, on that. And you had a re-entry price from our AI also, because what happened is it triggered, but it hit the stop, and then you had a much nicer, well, by 11 cents anyway, re-entry price. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just let me know when I'm talking about these re-entries on the AI. Because if you have our AI and you're not understanding how to use it, then please ask the question. Now, this one, there are for this PSNL, there are shorts available for me to Interactive Brokers. It's sitting right on the VWAP now. It is an AI play. Got hit the stop, but then got halfway between that stop and the original alert price. Well, just to show you what I'm talking about with the ADVB. I mean, there's your entry at 744. So the original alert price was at 755, but it got down and hit the stop at 732, came halfway between 755 and 732. In this case, that's 744. So if you didn't take it the first time, or even if you did and you got stopped out, but you could have had you had an opportunity either to take it the first time at 744 or the second time. And since that's 744, it absolutely ripped. All right, guys. Well, GMM popping through the VWAP and over 3. Okay, GMM from Obi. Well, it was over 3, just barely. And let's see if it reclaims it. GMM. Yeah, I mean, this is that beaten up stock. I don't know if it was really a beaten up stock. I can't remember anymore. There's so many of these wild ones. It's a low float China stock. You're not talking about in the channel bar, are you, Ahmed? Ahmed, you're not talking about in the channel bar. You're just talking like I have a layout here as an example. You're just talking about a normal layout that you've got. So for me, for instance, here's my layout. You see what I've got. I have some other. I have like the spot. I have other things on my other monitor. So for me to save my layout, yeah. So every time you do that, I think I didn't. I think you asked that question on Friday, didn't you? If you make a change in here, it's not going to be saved. Okay, it's not going to be saved. The reason being is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something is not necessarily reflective of what everybody else wants. Now, are you talking about, if you do this, save or share to cloud, it should work. Okay. So if I make a change, so again, if I make a change in here and I stay in the channel, yes. But if I leave the channel and I come back, those changes are not saved. But I'm assuming, and maybe I'm wrong, I haven't tried. Let me try something. I'll just okay, I'll change that to 5. And you give it a name. So I'm not sure what you're trying to do. Okay. Because if I give this a name, the most, like my most or whatever, and I save it, then that change I made should be saved. But I don't think that's what you're talking about now. When you open the long channel and you save a candlestick, it will be gone. The long channel here. When you say a long candlestick, I don't know what you mean by a long candlestick. Now, you have our AI, right? So I'm not sure what you're trying to do. If you like, what are you trying to change in here? Okay, so what are you trying to change in here and save it? I'm not sure what you're trying to, when you say the long candlestick or, and you save a, you mean a chart? I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly. Now, let me just quickly do something. I just want to quickly do something. I'm going to change that to a 5-minute chart. And then I'm going to save or share to cloud. And I'm going to, I'm going to call that mine entire layout. Save it. Okay, now I'll go to my, I'm going to get rid of it, file. I blew it. I'm sorry, guys. Son of a gun. Okay. No, I made a huge mistake. Well, huge mistake. Now I've got to reload trade ideas. That's the problem. Pepe was probably saying, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. I would have had to save it as some kind of a doc channel. All right. I mean, it's not the end of the world. That's the problem is now I've lost all my top tens in both of the scans. So it's not the end of the world, but okay. Well, that's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm not going to do that again, but that's what I'm trying to say to you is if you go to the long channel and then you add, if you do anything in this channel and then you leave it, that say what you have done is not going to be saved because these channels are for everybody. Okay. The fact you might want to add a column or do something else, that's not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay. Does that make sense? What I would do is this. Do you want to see do you want to see everything that's in this channel all the time? Or is there one window, for instance, that you want to see? Because you can pop this out, float it, right click, and well, normally it'll say, here it says duplicate. Where does it say here? Duplicate, duplicate. Okay, well, duplicate. So, do you want to see everything that's in this channel all the time, or you just want like one of these? Because you just right click That's what I see. I was wondering, duplicate into free floating window, or sometimes it'll just say duplicate. So once you do that, it's outside. Now you can make your changes. Okay. And now it'll be saved. But if you make the change within the channel, it's not going to be saved. It'll be saved while you're in the channel, but when you come back to the channel, they're not going to be saved. And I mean, it makes perfect sense to me because, in fact, you want to make a change to something. I'm talking to anybody really, but you want to make a change to something. It's not necessarily what everybody else wants. But if you want one of the windows outside so that you can make the changes, save the changes, incorporate this as part of your layout, you can do that. Does that make sense? You just have to pop it out of the, and that's the same with anything. Any one of our exact, well, yeah, the channels are for everybody. But if you, all you have to do, I mean, do you want to see everything that's in this channel all the time? Just give me a moment. Sorry about that, guys. You can't save again, you cannot save the changes that are in the channel, okay? And just come back into this channel. But you can pop these out if you want, just like I said, okay? I think I'm hung up, guys. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm hung up. I'm going to have to give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Just want to rearrange these. So again, I'll do this one more time, okay? Dog channel bar. So it doesn't matter what channel you pick, but I mean, you're talking about the AI long. You could take the ones you actually want, okay? The ones you actually want. I mean, unless you want them all, but you can create your own, but right click and duplicate into free floating window, okay? So now it's free floating. You could do that with all of these. Right click, duplicate into free. Well, now this says duplicate. So it's either going to say duplicate or duplicate into free floating window. Once you have them free floating, then you can do anything you want with them, okay, in terms of changing. And then you can take it and then save it. Most people don't want to see everything that's in a channel, okay? Most, I would say. Okay, they probably want to make, and that you can do that with any one of the any one of the channels that we've got, and take something out that you might like. Most people don't want everything that's in the channel. All right, guys. Well, BIYA is now starting to come back a bit. Well, guys, 120 held. Okay, so far, 120 held the SpaceX SPCX. It did hold. Well, it's too bad. I had to reboot twice, so I lost all my original alerts. I could do a history, I know, but I lost all my original alerts. So to start from square one again. What you saw happen though before, when I thought when I saved, I made some changes to the channel. I saved the layout. Yes, I did, but it's not docked. And what happens is and that's why in this old channel bar we have, for whatever reason, we still have it here. If you went to this channel bar and you loaded something, your layout will disappear, just like my layout disappeared. Now it disappeared, doesn't mean I had it saved, of course, so I could bring it back. But that was the whole idea of creating the dock channel bar, because when you load a channel from the dock channel bar, you can have your layout will still remain. Okay, and that because before people would, quite frankly, they weren't using the channels that much, because if they wanted to kind of surf through the channels during the course of the day, their layout would keep disappearing. Give me a moment. Wow, sorry to hear that. I mean, not the end of the world, but I mean, but that's the reason. That's the reason why the dog channel bar was created. If I load any layout that's not docked, well, when I say lose the alerts, it shut down my layout. That's what happened. It shut down my layout. So, for instance, I had a top 10 list that had already been built. Now I'm starting from scratch again. So if you load any, if I have a layout that is not a docked layout and I load it, this layout is going to disappear. Now the way around it, I suppose, is to have is going to have the layout that you're using as a dock layout too. I don't like, but I find it taxes my machine too much. You can ask me a question on back testing. Yes, I don't back test at all, but I can, and I can direct you to the user guide after you've asked the question about back testing. If you're going to ask me, well, go ahead, ask the question before I anticipate what you're going to ask. Okay, Sat? Is there a way to disable the margin and keep it cash only? Are you talking about in our, is there a way to disable the margin and keep it cash only? Okay, are you talking about in Brokerage Plus? No, okay, because I know in Brokerage Plus, they give you 4-to-1 margin, okay? In the back tester, I'm not even sure. Okay, for instance, I'll just, back test strategy, okay? I'm not even sure. Risk management, advanced, I'm not even sure where you would put that. No, I'm not sure then. I profess I do not know how you would. I mean, I'll just run this right now, okay? I'll simulate the buy. I mean, this is just, I don't even know how fast it's gonna do it. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Ah, let me see. I know at the beginning, I think you have to run it first, and then I don't even, there's a menu, of course, that shows how much money you've got in your account, okay? Yeah, you have to run it first. Yeah, that's what I thought. So then you tweak it. Yeah, so I'll try it again. You're saying if I run it for 5 days, it'll go faster? Oh, right, right. Well, the problem is, so I don't have that option right here, or do I? To do it. I mean, it's okay, here you go. No. Man, I haven't used this in a long time. Timed exit, risk management, summary, advanced. Ah, here we go. I see what you mean. Okay. So run it for 4 days. Okay. Well, I'll put this off screen. Okay. So when it's over, so I mean, typically this is you're never back testing during the day. Okay. You're always doing it after hours, setting it up for the next day if you're going to back test. Because normally this would not, I don't think this would take this long. And sometimes it, it's when we get right to the end, it can be agonizingly slow. Wow, look at the BIYA guys. I think it got halted on the way up. Yeah, you see, I mean, it really slows down near the end. I mean, just don't back test during market hours. So I'll let it keep running. I should have back tested for one day. Come on. Okay, finally. So here's okay, starting equity. Okay, starting equity. Now I so you're trying to say that this is actually though going to give you margin? Sounds like you know it sounds like you know a lot better than I do nuclear stats now. So you're saying you can adjust it so that because the question is purchasing power. I didn't think I mean I've never even so Pepe is saying you cannot so what are you saying no to? So the starting equity, okay, that's what you're saying your account has, okay. Whatever that number is, I got 50,000 in here, okay. I don't even know what this means, buying power. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I profess not to know much about the about it, okay. Maybe Pepe or nuclear snail can. I don't know what that means. The buying power. Somebody's going to know. But why does it say $5,000? Okay, when you have starting equity of $50,000, the buying power required to have taken those trades, all of those trades. And there were how many trades? There were 32 trades. So that makes sense then? It's the buying power required to have taken those trades. Obviously, plenty if you've got 50,000 in equity. Okay? You and your Ruby. I'm sorry. So somebody asked about the what's the open on BIYA? Yeah, you're always defining your initial account size. Okay, so whatever it is, I think that I don't know if the default is 50,000, but it says 50,000 right there. That seems to be yes. Are you trying to just use this in the simulator, or are you trying to attach this to a real account? Like, are you actually back testing a strategy and wanting to auto trade it? That's the only reason you're. How much trading experience do you have, Sat? Seriously, how much trading experience do you have? And you're convinced that whatever you've back tested, you'd want to take every single trade? No. Okay. Okay. Because not, I mean, and here's Nuclear Snail who uses the back tester but does not auto trade. Look, the vast majority of our customers do not auto trade. Okay. I mean, if I thought auto trading was the way to go, I'd do it. I just don't believe in it, to be honest. So, but anyway, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody, but whether or not you've got margin or whatever, I mean, you have to check, if you back test your strategy, regardless of whether you got the buying power at all, I mean, it's just play money. You have to see if your strategy works. So, okay, I'm sorry. There was a question about who asked the question about the layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time if both layouts are not docked, if that makes sense. Okay, I'm just somebody asked that question. Yeah, if you load a layout while using your layout, if you have your own, but you can go if you go into the channel bar. Notice what I do, guys. I mean, the layout you see is the layout I use all day long. I don't flip around. I don't have different layouts that I use all day long. Okay, the whole idea of the dock channel bar is that you can go into these dock channel bars, and then you can load layouts from the dock channel bar, and your layout will remain. Okay. Now, if you want to have your own layouts that you use at different times of the day, I mean, then you have to be prepared that, but that would, in theory, mean that you don't care about having the layout you're using right now. So, I mean, I guess there are people that say, you know what, I have a layout for 9:30 to 12. Then I have a layout from 12 to 2. Then I have a layout from 2 to 4. Well, you don't want them all running at the same time anyway, if that makes sense. I mean, I don't do that, but I mean, I guess there are people that might do that. You know what? This is a bug I've got here. I'm loading channels and they're not allowing me to and then I'm getting hung up. That's not good. And I'm on a development version, but still, I'm gonna try it one more time. Yeah, one layout at a time. I mean, you don't want to first of all, you don't, yeah, I mean, that the idea is you probably have your main layout like I do. I've got my main layout that I use every single day. Do I modify it every now and then in terms of maybe adding a scan to it or that I've created in the past, or maybe if I create a brand new scan, maybe I add it to the layout. But for instance, this is from my homepage. I hadn't been using this one for a while. I decided to start using it today. So I got rid of something and I added, and then I saved my layout. So I did this on Friday. So today when I loaded it, this scan that I decided to start using on Friday will be there. Oh, I'm going to look at the BIYA. going to have to do that again, see if that is a. So this is halted. I'm sorry. So I know somebody asked me the question. So this is probably a longer than a 5-minute halt because you asked the question a while ago. So 987 is the potential open. So I am going to, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to have to just check this. I mean, I have to be able to I can load the channel. I'll load it again. Here's the channel, but I have to be able to shut down the channel without the system. So in that case, it worked. That's the first time this has happened to me. I mean, I've had the system freeze up every now and then, but not like that. But think of it this way too. I mean, if you have other layouts, you'd be overloaded. You'd have so much going on. If I said, well, I want another layout on top of this layout, and then another one and another one, you'd have so much going on. It would not make sense, Burks. Okay. I'm not saying everybody has to do what I do. I have one layout that I use all day, and that's it. Okay, BIYA came out of the halt. All right, guys. Well, the ADVB may be getting ready for another run. I mean, it's trying to hold 8. It's over the VWAP, and maybe I was going to. Typically, what I do around now is just go over these races, and I can still do it. But I would have had a top 10 list built for both of them of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. But because I've had to reboot, I think 3 times now, I lose them all. But you can see what happens. BIYA won the last race. Well, I don't lose the layout, but the problem is that if I just get rid of this layout and put another one on, it's just that I'm losing the original, my top 10 list. Okay, it's not that I'm losing the layout, if that makes sense, because it looks at this and go, okay, you're loading it right now, so my race will start from 10:51. If I delete this race, if I get rid of this race right now and then reload it, the race starts from the time that you load trade ideas. I had this loaded in the pre-market, so it was. But the minute I stop it, minute I exit out, and then I bring it back, it's not going to have all my top. It's not going to have the top 10 lists anymore. So I don't lose the actual layout, but you lose all the well, call them the alerts. This was an alert window here. I could do a history of today, and I'll see, all the original alerts. Okay, but if I, the minute I get rid of this, if I exit this out and I bring it back, I'm only going to see the last alert that happened. Because it's thinking, okay, you just loaded this. It's 10:52. Why would I show you everything that happened before necessarily? Okay. Well, that's why I always say save your layout. Had I not saved my layout, okay, and that happened, then I'm in trouble, okay, because then I have to, I'd have to recreate my layout, everything I wanted from scratch again. But that's why you always save your layout in case something like that does happen. And the other reason to save your layout is because you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So if you go out and buy a new laptop today or a new desktop computer, you just download our program and then you file load from cloud. You save everything into the cloud. Okay, so file load from cloud and you just find your layout or your scans or whatever. And then, so you don't have to recreate everything from scratch on each different device. Now, please listen carefully. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, though. So you might have 3 devices with trade ideas. You cannot have trade ideas loaded on all 3, like up and running, okay, on the 3 devices at the same time. FinFan, again, we don't really need a running commentary in the SPY. Okay, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I know you're fixated on telling us that this is happening with the SPY and another new low coming, and I think it's going to test here and all that. I'm not sure that. Maybe I'm wrong. And if you're okay, Ruby and William. Okay, I see what you're looking at. Well, I mean, it's at least it's forming a little bit of consolidation here. So, I mean, if it took out 257, I mean, the high up here was 286. So, I guess if it took out 257, a little bit of consolidation there. Yeah, there's no mobile really. No, not a stupid question. I mean, people ask, I want to see trade ideas on my phone. How? I mean, depends what you're trying to do, I suppose. But I did not trade BIYA. I'll be honest, the only thing I traded, and I got pretty lucky on it, was the SDOT. It was a very quick trade early on. But I've also had some issues. I've had to reload trade ideas about 3 times now. So I'm the adverb is something. ADVB is something I probably should have been more involved with, especially on that second break of 8. I agree, William. Yeah. Okay. The IMMX is just something that again showed up on that other scan right around here on the VWAP break. as a potential short. Boy, this is I mean that look at the pop now for ADVB guys. I mean that was a nice pullback right into the VWAP, right into the VWAP. And I'm sure it's halted. Yes, it just got halted. Yes, it just got halted. No, I'm not having to reboot trade ideas, but I have to do one thing so I can get this information down so it covers right goes right down to the bottom. Okay, so yeah, the ADVB. I mean, this is now there's the halt 897. I'm not sure that's a big clue as to where it's going to open. How many times has it been halted? Oh, that's the first halt of the day. Okay. 'Yeah, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers BIYA. I know I looked earlier. So how far down did SpaceX get? Did it actually touch 120? Let's take a look. Look at the daily chart, and the low today was 120.10. Okay, yeah, 120.10, 10 cents above. Obi, you mentioned this one a long time ago. GMM, the break of the VWAP, it just got over 3. It's over 3 again. GMM. 579 is well, the next high actually on the daily chart is 328. Pretty close, actually. Too bad. If it can take out that 328, the next high is 376 or so. So it would have a little bit of room. Low flow China stock, guys. Low flow China stock. So I'm not sure that there's any news on this one. GMM. Wow, big sell off now for the BIYA. Big sell off. All right, now BIYA just got halted, guys, and on the way down again. No fresh news. Go. What do you mean by that? You mean our news? If you're talking about our news, you're absolutely right. Okay, it's not really our news is designed. You're never going to see like up to date, up to the second news if that's what you're talking about. I use this typically to see news from past days. I'm not saying you won't see anything that is relevant, especially in the pre-market if it's an earnings play or something. But I certainly do not use it. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Okay, I wasn't sure if you're talking about. Yeah, no fresh news. No news today. I mean, there's been news, of course, but yeah, no fresh news. Just I mean, the news is this: low float China, low float China. I mean, that's the news, if you want to call it news. These low float China stocks, they gain attraction. Some stocks gain attraction for a couple of days. Groups around the world pile into them. Well, guys, SPCX, I wonder maybe this 122 mark might, but there's the VWAP. So maybe if it gets over the VWAP, the number is 122.42 ish. So maybe if it gets above the VWAP, maybe it has a bit of a bounce. Okay. I don't know why that happens, that little rectangle. What do they even do? A holding company engaging in AI driven technology solutions provider engaged in virtual content production and digital assets. Okay, whatever. Okay. Okay, the people have spoken. FinFan, keep doing your spy analysis. Okay, now what about Beg here? This is BE probably. Yeah. So BE the stock is down. Wow, it's a big drop. BE the stock is down at least 8.5%. Well, about 8.5%. Over a little, yeah. Well, 9%. Okay. So BE the stock. So BEG. This is a way to play it. If you're looking for a double the move, actually, what is the price of BE? The price of BE is, yeah, so $195. So BEG, obviously a lot cheaper. Not a lot of volume. Not a lot of volume. So I'm probably, I mean, the spread is not, well, it's not bad. It's not great. Yeah, the volume. I mean, it is 4.6 times normal, but there's not a lot of volume for this BEG. Again, it's one of the country. It's one of the company ETFs. Yeah, look at the volume. I mean, I Would have loved to have shorted this one, but the volume is just terrible. This is again another company ETF for HUT, way cheaper than the stock, but you need some volume. Whoa, S dot now. I mean, this is definition of wild, guys. I mean, this is wild. Okay, now, I mean, believe it or not, if it takes out that high of the day later on, that could just absolutely get ripped. I mean, because traders are looking at this high of 2 weeks ago at 62. Nobody's saying it's going to get there. Okay, but well, why don't FinFan? Why don't you put some of the FinFan ideas? Why don't you put some of your swing trading ideas? Okay, I mean there are swing traders in here. I'm sure that would be welcome also. Okay, guys. Well, SpaceX it briefly got to the VWAP and then dropped. Look at that. So the VWAP actually acting as resistance. Okay, so far anyway. Oh yeah, I mean the week before that, it got up to 100. But I'm just talking about the near term week. 2 weeks ago got to 62, and yeah, you're right. I mean, the week before that, 106. Yeah, I just have a tough time getting interested in AMC, but I know what you guys are saying through the VWAP, but the high up here is 239, and it's at 226 now. I know it's an earnings play. I mean, I know if you look left on the weekly chart, there is room to 295. Well, this won't die yet. ZYBT will not quite die yet, guys. We've had some pullbacks. Didn't got close to the VWAP, and it's halted again. And potential open is 210. Okay, from the 206 halt. Potential open at 210. Remember, that doesn't have to stay there. Actually, Kishore, there is a way to have different voice alerts for different strategies in the multi-strategy window. Now, if I could remember how to do it, but there is a way. I think you have to, I believe, okay? If you go into the individuals, so I've got the two strategies here, right? So if I go into here and click on configure, no. If I click on, give me a moment. I know there's a way. There is a way. There is a way. Yeah. Okay. There is a way. So you have to, if I believe anyway, Pepe is going to tell me if I'm right or wrong. Okay. If I go to GMM, well, if I go to the powder blue, okay, I only have two strategies in here. So if I right click on the strategies, and then open the alert window, okay. And then if I right click in the alert window and then just do this, okay, open the alert window and then just follow it exactly, the setup, the sound, do it, okay. And then do the same with another alert window, with all the alert windows you have. Okay. And that should allow you then to have a different sound alert for the different scans within your multi-strategy window. Okay. Now, it is possible that you might have to do this from the beginning, okay, and then put these into the multi-strategy window. It's possible. You know, you might have to take your individual and have the alerts on the individual scans, and then create your multi-strategy window and put them in. I'm not sure by what I'm doing, it's going to remember. I'm hopeful that you won't have to just create it from scratch. But I do know that it's possible to do. I don't. Okay. I don't. You know, I don't care. And when I say I don't care, I just want, you know, I have a sound alert in this window. I just want to, I don't care if it's from on the long side or the short side. I don't really care. I just want to see it. I know I'm going to go to that window, and whatever the last one at the top is, you know, that's what it is. So, yeah, I don't think there's any news on this as NYDP. I think the only news, in theory, the only news, okay, because I remember seeing that float, is that they have to November 25th or something in order to regain their NASDAQ listing. I mean, oh, excellent. Okay, you just tested it. Great. Don't forget to save your work. Okay, so yeah, so there's the only, you call it news. I mean, you know, that this is, that wasn't today. They have to November 26th in order to comply with NASDAQ, but that's a lot of time. Typically, it's just having the stock over $2. So they were trying to pump it, but that's a long time from now, November 25th or 6th, whenever, whatever date that was. All right, guys, it's 11:15. So in about 45 minutes from now, I will be taking a break. Chris Varley will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Yeah, I didn't see any news on ADVB. Okay, just again one of these. Well, it's not China. It's well, Taiwan, but it's a low float, just a low float stock that is, you know, some group somewhere has decided to pump it. I don't see any news on it. You know, it's a very low float, 860,000 in the float. So when they say Rubio announces termination of their $30 million equity line of credit, I mean, I don't know when that hit. I see it at 10:15. I don't know. I'm sure you've seen that. I'm sure you've seen that. I mean, what time is it now? Well, it's an hour ago. I wasn't checking, but I mean, I do see it at 10:15. Again, this news I'm getting from I hit the second that it spiked to 290 to the 290s. Okay. Well, that's 10:15. So that's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, this is just from within Interactive Brokers. This is it's what I use all the time. So that's pretty good. I mean, it came out at 10.15, and that's what caused the spike. So if you want to be a conspiracy theorist, you make your announcement, you're going to do a financing here, drive the stock price down, drive it down, drive it down, and then 2 days later, you cancel it. And we've seen that play out several times. Not so much. There was a week, I don't know how long ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I can't remember anymore, on which we would see, in about a 3 week span, we saw about 4 or 5 companies pull that, announce a financing, the stock crashes, and then they cancel the financing about 2 or 3 days later. And the stock, of course, soars off that news. Give me a moment, guys. Funny you say that. I don't have AC. I don't really need it in Vancouver. We only get very, very, very few days that are, and when those days happen, I just put on my little Dyson. Well, guys, METU. Okay, so Meta is gone positive. Okay, Meta's gone positive. So this is maybe an opportunity. Okay, this is the 2 time for Meta. If you think Meta is going to continue, wow, I mean the next high for METU is 29.39. Well, wait a minute. That's on the weekly chart. Friday's high was 26.53, so it's a little bit close. But Meta has just gone positive by about 8 cents, the stock. Right now, I see it at 64.8 thousand approximately for Bitcoin. Yeah, up to the 65,000 level. Yeah. I'm really interested in METU now because I want to see if it holds over 26. Okay. Now, of course, it's meta, but this is just another way to play it, cheaper way to play it. And you see the high for today was 26.24. The only issue I've got is that even if it takes out that high of the day, the next high is 20. I'm going to have to put a price alert around 26.51. For METU. Okay, that's at high on Friday. Because if it does that, then it's got a ton of room. A ton of room. $29. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but and then even the 200-day moving average is well above it. So there's a disconnect in the market, a little bit of one. Okay, the Dow's down, SPY and the Qs are up. So there's a little bit of a disconnect between the value versus growth stocks. Even Netflix is coming back, guys. NFL. So again, NFLU. Again, this is the 2 times. So if you thought Netflix was going to continue moving higher, the stock, you can buy this. Netflix, the stock is still down, I guess 1.25%. Just half that number. We got a double dose of Chris this week, so I just checked. So Chris will be taking over for me in about 35 minutes in our YouTube room. He's also going to do tomorrow. Really? Okay. What's the price? NF, because that's the one I traded last week. It was the NFLU, I think. Pretty sure it was NFLU. But let's take a look at NFLX. I think I traded it just because it's cheaper. Yeah, you're right. 24 million shares there. I think I just traded the NFLU because it was cheaper. And what? There was no way it was only this. There's no way. This had I shouldn't say that. Well, I can see, yeah, because it had enough volume. It had over 1 million shares, like 1.5 million shares. It was trading enough for me. The spread was fine. But you're right. I mean, that is that is oh, okay. Now we're okay. So this is the long. Okay. Well, that would be actually a little bit better, I guess. I mean, it's about the same price. The spread is like a penny or two, so it's it would be the a little more volume. So METU now is testing 26. Okay, again, I'm talking METU. plenty of, volume is fine. It's a two timer, but it's testing 26 or yeah, 26. So I'm going to put a price alert around 26.14, see if it gets back over that level. See if it can hold that 26 mark. Or, we'll meta the stock go negative again. Boy, BIYA is just absolutely giving it up. No shorts for me. Look at that. What a fall. Almost 10 down to 5, cut in half. Oh, I remember you were talking about that, the ONDS. Can't remember what price you were looking at. I mean, it's above, it's above the high, of course, on Friday now. I mean, the next high on the daily chart, I think that's still a high it has to take out. 691. So if it takes that out, 753 would be the next high. Now it had some news. Okay. Now you could not predict. I don't think you could have predicted this news, but I mean, they had some news landing a 6.9 million Australian defense counter drone order for DTIM kits. So, I mean, so it did have some news. ABX. Okay, let's take a look at ABX. So the next high looking left on the daily, anyway, is $11 or so. It's just sort of consolidating a little bit over the VWAP. No, there's okay, sure. There's a way to make it work. So what you might have to do, okay, maybe Pepe can. I don't know. There is a way. I know there's a way to create the different sound alerts for depending how many alert windows you've got in your multi-strategy window. Okay, there is a way. Now you might have to. Well, you open the alert window, you create your sound alerts, and then you create your multi-strategy window with the sound alerts already in those different alert windows. That might work. I know there's a way. I remember we looked at that a while. Okay, so so that's how you have to do it. Okay, thank you. So unfortunately, you just can't do it from within the multi-strategy window. Open it up. Okay, whoops. So you have to have within your you have to have your sound alerts created already in your alert window, and then put them into your multi-strategy window. Okay. Now, I don't know if you want to do that, depending how many alert windows you've got in your multi-strategy window. I'm talking, and I'm talking. Thank you, Pepe. I'm talking to Kishore in our YouTube room on that one. Yeah, you have to build it from scratch again. Make sure each alert window has a sound alert, and then you put them into your multi-strategy window. Well, if it's worth it to you to do it from scratch again, you have 4 strategies. It's not that hard it's really not that hard to do if you only have 4. Maybe do it after hours. Well, do I tempt fate? I don't think I will. I think I'll wait till maybe the market. Maybe I get out of here. I'm gonna. I have to figure out because that is something I have to let the company know. I don't know if it's happening to on mass, but I've about 3 times I loaded a channel from the dog channel bar, and when I tried to close it, I was frozen. The last time I did it, I wasn't, but I don't want to go through it again. But this adverb, guys, I mean, there's a high right there of 930. This looks really, I mean, it looks like it wants to pop again. And boy, it just did. But you've got to be very nimble. Look at the float, 860,000 in the float. Well, guys, that little SpaceX looks interesting. I mean, it's trying to recover. I mean, it's through the VWAP, and it's been on a nice little trajectory. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, so yeah, so SpaceX. I mean, I wish I'd taken it just over the VWAP. Obviously, buying coming in. If this gets to 14, I might have to take a hard look at it. This is the two-time with a little more volume than the other one that I was trading. The two-time for Netflix. Boy, that ADVB has been all over the place. It is popping now, guys. Not the easiest trader of the day. I mean, look how choppy. I mean, it got up to what 928, right down to 720, and now moving again. Not the easiest trader of the day. All right, guys. MetU looks interesting. Little red bar there, little pullback, and then a move. Yes, it's got that high looking left. Not, it's sort of far away. I'm definitely interested in MetU. Come on. Now, the only issue with it, maybe I don't want to see this market start to drift down a little bit. It's a large cap stock, of course, following the market a lot, fairly closely, pretty closely. Oh, even Netflix, well, the NFXL, I'm not trying to concentrate more on the, I have to concentrate more on the METU, but we've got a couple of them. All right, go. Just give me a little bit. It's 11:41. I'm not sure I want to hold this while I'm on my break. Yeah, that's the only issue I've got. I got to keep an eye on the SPY. I want to see a nice big red, green. I'd love to see it take out the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert 746 for the SPY. And that should help, the large cap stocks, including MetU and including Netflix. Yeah, you know what, guys? I think the SDOT is done. I mean, look, anything can happen with this one, but I mean, it just broke down to 230, so it is just a messy one, very messy now. Just looking to see if they're announcing a financing even. All right, guys, 15 minutes until my break. Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room as I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And I know what my first topic with Chris is going to be. Oh, I'm sure he got kidded a lot on that nuclear. Chris Varley. Nope, wrong, Grumpy, wrong. Well, you just have to go to the YouTube room and you will find out. Okay, guys. ACHR. I haven't looked at this volatile race at all today. ACHR just over the whole number 5. Next high looking left 545 on the weekly chart. I guess it's got a little bit of room. So they did have some news. They did have some news. Rise after unveiling of dual use autonomous aircraft platform. Okay, so they did have some news. That is Archer. Archer Aviation and Anduril unveiled jointly developed. This was news in the pre-market. Okay. Boy, SDOT almost looks like a financing is coming. I mean, it is really, really a big collapse now. This showed up in that scan, William. I don't know if you took it, the STAA and your 25-cent scan. This is not a lifetime low. I know you play them for bounces. I actually look at them a little differently. I try to play them for continuation. Down 9%. Well, yeah, it's down 9% on pace for its largest percent well, that was on the 17th actually, since February. So we're in for another yeah, that was on the 17th at that headline. Well, guys, I took myself out of the Met U, a little bit of a loss. I had a little bit of gain when it was in the 2630s, but I was looking for a lot more. So out of the Met U, this is what I was a little worried about. Getting a red bar in the market, which would affect Met U, affected Netflix, or well, affected Meta, affected Netflix. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right. Well, GMM has not been smooth, but it's making another move, guys. I had the pullback, and the next high looking left on the 15, anyways, 337. That's why I didn't, wasn't in love with it, just because of these highs up here. Well, actually, that high is fine. I shouldn't say that. That was the high I was wondering if it could take out, and it has sort of 328. So now your next high is way up there for GMM. Another low float, China stock. Don't look, yeah, there's no news. But wow, ripping now. Thank you, Obi. I mean, I know you mentioned that one when it was down here around the 281 mark, right around the VWAP level. It popped over three and came back down. Well, even if S dot was available at Interactive Broker, the fee rate is 772%. Man, not available though. Ah, no, the SPY, interesting. The SPY took this out. Okay. Well, took it out. Not completely, but it's at the VWAP now. Okay. The SPY's at the VWAP. But it didn't really have an effect on Netflix or MetU. So these are, yeah, I thought maybe they should have a little pop on that SPY pop, but nope, not yet anyway. When does Meta have earnings? And the answer is not next week, but the week after, July 29th. Should be really interesting. I don't think there's any news that we could find for the news on ZYBT. Just that they're trying to regain their Nasdaq compliance, but that was not news this week. They have to November, I don't know, 25th or 26th to regain Nasdaq compliance. First step, of course, is getting the stock over $1. So I don't think there's any specific news on ZYBT today. Just another low flow China stock. Wow, 11:55. I better hurry. This Chris sometimes shows up a little bit early. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, and then for the people in our main room, you want to head over and listen to Chris. He's not there quite yet, but put the YouTube link in. Okay, so there's the link for YouTube, and now I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, again, just waiting for Chris to show up. He'll be here in probably a couple of minutes from now, and I'll take off. Here's beta, guys. BETA, just over the whole number, a large cap stock. What is that a high right there that has to get through? Yes, 1920. If it got through that, what would happen? Well, okay. 1975 on a weekly chart anyway for beta. So maybe put a price alert around 1920 and see if it takes that out, and then might have a shot. Well, at least the next high is far enough away, 1973 for beta, BETA. Yeah, I wish this had more volume or a better spread. BEG is trying to come back a little bit. This is a two-time for BE the stock. Boy, look at Netflix is really NF. Yeah. So I think I heard a pop. I think Steve, I think Chris is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And was I right?
You were.
Okay, I was. Now, let's talk the World Cup.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh, dear Lord. You know, it's funny. Well, not funny. I listened to on YouTube the ESPN analysts after the game, all the
Yeah.
Brits and all that. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you listened to it, but oh my
No.
gosh.
I was actually at my daughter had a softball tournament and they were in the championship game during the finals yesterday.
Oh no. Well,
Yeah.
you didn't miss much.
I brought a TV to the field.
Oh, you did. Oh my gosh.
I had an entire setup. All the other families around had a good laugh at us as we had we had our own watch party.
Well, good for you, though. I know your comment in Slack that you found it even difficult to cheer for Argentina. I know you wanted them to win. You lived there and all that.
Yeah.
But because of all the nonsense that had taken place during the
that's it just felt a little dirty was all.
Yeah.
Look, and every World Cup has its whatever. I like to think I'm fairly unbiased with it. You go back into I've started following it since 2002 and there's been controversies across every one of them, and this one obviously not without plenty of them.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing someone turned to me and said, "Oh, well, Argentina doesn't deserve any of their World Cups ever." And I said, "Listen, did you watch the 2014 finals when Germany was literally jump kicking Argentina in the penalty box and nothing was called? What was it then? Was it FIFA was for Messi then?" I said, "Look, every one of them has its whatever. This one was not short of it. I can point to plenty of them specifically for Argentina. The better team won, and it is what it is."
Well, listen, from FIFA's point of view, of course, the marketing to have, the back-to-back hasn't happened in, I don't know, decades. And Messi, of course, doesn't mean, of course, from a marketing perspective, it was gold. But
100%.
100%. Anyway, I'll let you go or let me go.
We'll see you in an hour or so, Barry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Enjoy your break. Bye-bye. So, alrighty, everybody, as Barry makes his way to a break, I have settled on in here. Looks like we're good to go. We've got eyes on my screen. Mic is working. Let's rock and roll on this Monday, July 20th of 2026. As always, this is an open forum. Come one, come all with the questions. Anything related to trade ideas and or the general market, all fair game here. And as per usual, if nothing's coming in, do my best to keep it engaging and informative here. Daryl, all good. Listen, I'm banging on the development team to see what they can or can't come up with. The real stump is everything you have happening to you is what we saw with people that had empty or blank accounts that weren't closed with those brokers. It's exactly that. And each one of those people, there's either 3 or 4 of them. Either way, whether it was 3 or 4, once they got the broker to close those accounts, the issue went away. So that's the trouble that we're having is, you said you don't have any empty, non-funded blank accounts associated. And so now it's where's the problem coming from for you when it's the same thing we've been seeing before. So they're digging. I keep pestering them on your behalf, and hopefully sooner than later they will they'll have an answer for us why you've had that issue. But again, anybody with questions software-wise, don't be shy. Come one, come all. I am here to help. And as I will always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. So again, don't be shy. Don't be shy. For path, are we, what are we looking, what are we looking on path? Are we looking long term? We're just looking at today. Interesting. I don't know if that could, because of the tokens, the way they're stored and whatnot, I don't know if that could have some kind of impact. The E-Trade ones, but I will add that to the report. Long term on path. It's got some work to do here, I mean, for my 2 cents anyways. The last couple times I tried to get going here, really couldn't do it. Been in a free fall, tried to get going, couldn't do it. Looks like it's trying to get going again. So, you got this area here that I just drew that line across. And, here it was resistance all through here, got through it, came support there, tried to hold on to it for support here. And now it has once again become resistance again. So that area spent quite a bit of time. This area spent quite a bit of time being resistance to this stock. So, clearing it, you got to the top of that shadow there. That coincides with that right there, essentially. So you don't have a lot of room to your next spot right now, above this area before you get some possible resistance. No way to know if this area will hold it up again or not, right? No way to predict that. So then the thing we ask ourselves is, well, if we're playing it off of this into a running start here, how would we manage it? Let's say we take it today and it gets up to this area and it can't get through it, whether it's a day or a week, we can't get through it. Well, how are we managing it? Are we leaving any of that money on the table? Do we just decide we'll take what we can and move on? And the more important question is, if the trade doesn't work out to the downside, what are we doing? Is this scenario we're looking at down here for getting out? Do we want it further down to this $10 range here? So those are the things I'd be looking at. Those are the questions I'd be asking myself if I was looking at taking a position in path. IVOA. IOVA. It'd be good if I read and typed correctly. Interesting. Was this stock halted at all lately? Because usually when I see things like that happen, it has to do with the halt. And is it in the paper trader, or is this live trading? I can reset your paper trader on my end if you want me to. It'll reset everything. Let me know. I don't know if there's a way for it to clear just one stock out of the paper trader. I can inquire with the dev team. I don't know if that's something they can do. I can't do that on my end, but I can clear the whole thing, and that will drop it out of there. All right, sounds good. Keep me posted. Yeah, shoot me another email when you want those knocked out, and I'll clear it right out for you. So again, come on with the questions. Don't be shy. Wait, oh, sorry. Stuart, I apologize. I didn't see that before. My apologies, Stuart. Forgive me. Taking smaller side trade because of the additional volatility. Does that make sense to this now? I always think if you're feeling it's volatile, I don't see any reason to not move that share size down. It's something I'm actually a proponent of. If you're right and the trade is working well, and give you the ability to add to it if you want to, helping keep the cost basis a bit on the lower side. And if you're wrong, if the trade doesn't work out, you're not being punished as much by having that smaller share size. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that whatsoever. If that's what you're seeing and what you're feeling and what your trading plan is telling you, especially if specifically the kinds of stocks that you're looking for that you want to be involved with, especially if those are more volatile at this moment. Doing that is a good idea, I think. So hopefully you're still here, Stuart, and I apologize. I don't know how I missed that on that before. My apologies. Very good, very good. So again, keep it coming, folks. Keep it coming. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. All right, good stuff, Stuart. Glad you were here. And again, my apologies. I didn't mean to skip over that. I just, I don't know. I got no excuse. So, okay, with all that said and all that done, we're still kind of hanging out. Not a whole lot going on here. Let's, I guess we'll just tour the market, tour some indexes and whatnot. Let's start with the good old SPY. And don't be shy, folks. If you have something you want to take in another direction, you got a question, interrupt me. I'm just going to do this because there's nothing else going on, and this is better than dead air, I suppose. So, weekly chart of the SPY here. Nice move. Few week fade or several week fade. Nothing major. Popped out pretty good, and we've been stuck in this range here. Violated to the lower side a few times. We're kind of right in the middle of this range right now, the weekly range. Here's a good illustration on the daily chart. There's our fade. Several weeks of fade. Big move up, little consolidation. Another pretty good move up overall into this box here. Like I said, violated to the lower side a few times. We're kind of right in the middle of all of it right now. Maybe slightly to the lower side of the middle. Gotcha. Yeah, I saw the email come in. I'll give it a read in a little bit. But if I was a betting man, which I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I would say it has some kind of impact. Somehow the tokens are having some kind of impact. And maybe, I don't know if I didn't read your email yet fully. I just saw that you said there's something with the other account there. Maybe unregister that one account and see what happens. If you haven't already, if you have already, then obviously that. So yeah, that's where we are with the SPY. Would note here, a touch more volume than we'd seen in a few weeks, nearly a few weeks on the SPY. Today and on Friday, I think it's absolutely meaningless. For some reason, I just thought I'd mention it. I don't know why. We can really see here since the spring, or since the early spring and the winter, we've overall had a big downtick in volume with the exception of this little portion right here, the end of the spring. And then summer's kind of gone right back to that. We're in the spring. So there is that. Let's see the Qs representing the NASDAQ. A little more fadey right now than the SPY. But again, nice grind up. Few week or several week fade. Shot right up. Been in this box since top, bottom a little bit. We're right towards the bottom edge of that box right now that it's been grinding in for the last several weeks. So that be the Qs. Diamonds, which is the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Much of the same. And just really kind of, again, couple week fade. I don't even really know to call that a fade. I'm going to be honest. But, whoops, that's not what I wanted to draw. We'll say, 500. I cannot draw a line to save my life right now. Had trouble getting up and through this. Now it's testing the support. So prior resistance is now trying to be current support. We'll see if it can hang on here. That's your diamonds representing the Dow Jones Industrial Average. IWM. Russell 2000. Man, these all look almost exactly the same for the most part. Decent march up. Few week fade, several week fade. Another move up. Stuck in the box. Everything is within shooting distance of all-time highs again. So again, anybody with questions, let me know. Alrighty, I'll bring over an ETF list, I guess, and we'll do that now. How do I want to do this? You know what? FXI. Let's just start right up here. Let's go through some of these. So China. Fine China. I got yourself a couple of week rally going on here. Can it do it? Can it get back up and over this area? It's got some work to do up to that 40 range. See what happens here. But nevertheless, haven't seen anything positive with China for quite a while. Those are the Chinese large caps with the FXIs, Chinese internet stocks. Much worse shape overall. I would say much worse shape overall than the FXI. Much worse shape overall than the FXI. But nevertheless, having itself some positiveness. Semiconductors, SOXX. These things really got going here through the spring and the beginning of the summer. Or I should say through the spring. Summer hasn't been kind to them. But, this real breakout area here looks like it's kind of testing it now. So we'll see if it can dig its heels in. We have this breakout here, flopped around, wasn't without some volatility to break out to that next massive level. Now it's gone back to that original breakout level here. So kind of heads and shoulderish if you like those. If you're a pattern person, I am not a pattern person. Someone may look at me drawing that and say, what the heck is this guy drawing? That's fine. My eye sees it that way. Not everybody's will. That's what makes a market. Either way, I don't trade patterns. But just kind of what I saw. And the SMH, I'm sure, is going to look more than less the same. Yeah, they're pretty in lockstep with each other at this point. Silver. Haven't heard this since its massive run up. I mean, it had quite a run up here. That was wild. But it hasn't really gotten going since, and it's been a pretty serious fade since then. We shall see. But yeah, there we go. There's silver. Cloud computing. So big nothing burger for a while from it and a fade down. Really got itself going here along with the semiconductors. Really kind of similar to the move the semiconductors had made during that period. Gave quite a bit back, but they're having a nice bounce right now the last few weeks. Right? So, you know, that we see that here on the daily chart as well. So we'll see what happens next for the cloud computing space. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy if you want to interrupt me for anything. More than happy to take this another direction. I'm really just filling dead air space at this point. Okay, moving on. We did silver. There's swap spots there, cloud and silver. XSW, which is going to be your software services. Say that, you know, this and the cloud or cloud space are correlated in some regard. And again, with the semiconductors, same kind of move. Capitulation up, fade down. Getting a bounce, not as nice as cloud was. I would note, you know, overall. Last 5 years, we're up here anyways. Not a ton, but up anyways. So XSW. So, you know, I don't know. Just starting off the week with some tech, maybe finding some footing. You can even throw Chinese internet stocks in with the tech. But, you know, tech related, tech related, tech related, tech related, tech related. And XLK is your tech sector. So, you know, XLC's communication, I think that's loosely correlated with tech. We'll see if that that has any meaning for the rest of the week or not. EEM is your emerging markets. A lot like ours, you know, got this nice long march. Several weeks of fade, march up. And now kind of struggling up here near those all-time highs like that there. So, you know, the weekly chart doesn't look as top-heavy as the daily chart does. And time frame, all that matters. And as alluded to before, XLK representing your technology sector. Again, a lot of similar stuff going on here. So, you know, can the XLK, can tech find some footing here and hold on to that area? Only time will tell. Once again, I'm going to pause for a second and solicit for some questions. Alrighty, moving on. We already talked about the queues, so I think we can skip over that. I don't really think the shipping ETF is much of anything to talk about, but anybody really care? I mean, look, 9,000 shares traded on it today. But if anybody really cares, sitting up here in the nosebleed sections of all-time highs, essentially. I really don't think it's anything that noteworthy, quite personally, but, whatever. VGT is going to be some more information, communication, so on and so forth. It's your Vanguard Information Tech Fund. And again, there's an all-time high. We're not terribly far off of it. Very similar to the rest of the market, all of this. Very similar stuff. A lot of this has that like waiting around and seeing feeling. Look, there's a beautiful run for a couple of months in tech in general. And then, there's been a pullback. Not exactly I wouldn't exactly call it a large pullback, to say the least. But there's been, a pullback and a bit of a fade and an attempt to dig in here. And almost like the market's waiting for its reason to move one way or the other at this point. VOX going to be rating that same basket. Another Vanguard Communication ETF. I think this one's less traded. Yeah, 46,000 on that. Where the VGT 1.2 million. So they're loosely related, but one very liquid and one not so liquid. Autonomous driving, again, another one that I don't exactly put a lot of stock into. 17,000 shares traded on the day here, but along with the rest of tech, made a nice move. I'd say this one's faded quite a bit more than the rest of tech has at this point, but it is tech adjacent, it is tech related. Another complete direction is our energy sector. However, there is some correlation with energy and tech because you need the energy to power the tech, especially these hot button data centers and all those things like that. So, there's our massive run in energy. Had consolidated, fell out of that consolidation, it's come right back into it again. It's towards the top of this consolidation area here. So, violation upside, violation downside, top and shadow, and some candles above and below. And, the gas pumping world eagerly awaits to see what happens next. I most certainly know I am. That's energy, and IYE is just another look at energy. They're going to be really close. Yeah, they're really close to each other, what they're doing. XLC, some more communications from State Street, and this is, even more liquid than the first Vanguard we looked at 1.9 million shares traded on it here. This one, though, seems to be a lot more consolidating overall. A little fadey here. It doesn't have quite the same run time that the other one had. It has a much longer consolidation time. So for whatever that is worth for anybody that is keeping score of these kinds of things out there, and you can always look up and dig into these things a lot more. Once again, I will pause to solicit some questions. If anybody has any, they want to interrupt, they want to talk about some scanning, pair count windows, single stock windows, races, alerts, top lists, back testing, optimizing, so on and so forth. If anybody has any of those things they want to discuss, feel free to interrupt me at any point. I am more than happy to be interrupted. The Jets, Jets, Jets. Representing airlines, in case anybody didn't realize that. Man, these things are so schizo. They're all over the place. But it's been a steady trend for the last 5 years for the Jets overall, to be honest here. 34% over the last 5 years. So there's that. Got a couple of week fade going on here. So look, couldn't get above this area. Broke out. Coming back to test it now. We'll see what happens. XOP represent your exploration of gas and oil and gas, whatever order you want to do that in. Had a decent run up with the rest of energy. Fade. Again, very similar to what the rest of energy, XLE, IYE. Very similar stuff as far as that goes with the exploration and the actual servicing of it. Cruising along, telecommunications. This is more similar to what we saw with the earlier Vanguard move in communications. Much more similar. I think this is fairly liquid. Yeah, I thought this would be a little more liquid. Look at this. We're way under what it's normally doing. So I thought it was going to be around the 600,000 range for shares. Had it been normal, it would have been close, actually. So this is way under. It was quite a bit under what it's normally doing for volume at this point of the day. Interesting enough. IHI is going to be your medical devices. Looking at the healthcare sector here, and it is not looking great right now. Big move down, big move up. Long time consolidating and chopping, and that was all through here, and it's really just giving it up over the last several months. Really giving it up. I mean, even more than several months. No, that's not true. Really start coming out till probably the end of January, beginning of February, really started to make these moves down. Nevertheless, medical devices not having the best of times right now. Not having the best of times. USO, it's going to be your oil fund, sorry. Very different than all the rest. But I think this is more directly correlated with the price of oil versus the price of petroleum energies and extractions instead. So I think that's why we see it like this here on that. SPY we'd already discussed. I don't think we really need to do anything else with that. And OIH, that's your oil services. There we go. A lot of tickers to remember for this brain. A little more evenly paced on the upside, a little more evenly paced on the downside than what we saw with the USO. KIE, what is that? Insurance. This must be one I added a couple of months ago. Added one or two new ones a few months ago. So insurance is having a good time right now. Quite the move up. Not exactly my favorite people on the planet. Among my least favorite kinds of corporations. But nevertheless, money to be made. So if they're having themselves quite a move here, still way off any kind of lifetime high at 94.30. And again, this wouldn't be terribly illiquid. First off, it's an ETF, so I wouldn't call 376,000 shares traded illiquid, number one, because it's an ETF. Number two, again, quite a bit under what it's normally doing to this point of the day as far as volume goes. So definitely worth noting that. Junior gold miners. Again, quite the run up here. Quite the hand back at this point. It was trying to dig in at that 100. It is now giving it up. So we'll see what happens from there with that. With your junior gold miners with GDXJ, XRT. It's your retail stocks. Not looking great over 5 years, down slightly over 6%, but holding strong through here in these summer months so far, or summer month. I mean, realistically, we're a month into summer tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's a month of summer. Yeah, retail's holding all right here. IAI, brokers and dealers, Charles Schwab, your interactive brokers, companies like that, publicly traded ones. They must be having themselves a good time overall. 196 lifetime high, that's right there. So, look, resistance. Can it be support, or is it going to continue to be resistance? But interesting nonetheless. Let's see that play out on the weekly chart as well there. But over the last 5 years, up 82.55%. So I have to guess broker accounts are opening still at an abundant rate. TEC. Another technology. I'm guessing this thing trades 5 shares a day. No shares traded today. Look at that. Ain't that something? Well then. We're going to skip right over that because I don't think there's anything to discuss. URA, uranium. Not too shabby over the last 5 years. But hasn't done much this year so far, dating back into last year. Made that nice run up towards the end of last year. And once it made that all-time high, for the time being, we'll call that a triple top. And it has faded through. And it's at actually an interesting level right now, right? Look at this level that's at. So the question is, can it dig its heels in around this 38, 39 level and then start to make a march back up again? That be the question. IWM, we already discussed that. Again, your small caps, looking all right over there. GDX, that's your gold miners. We did junior gold miners. Gold miners are pretty much the same as the junior gold miners. On the weekly chart, quite the fade. Daily chart, it becomes even more pronounced. Now, you know what? It's really being annoying. I'm going to draw it like this. And we got quite the trend line going on there. Every time it tries to get up into it and through it, really pounded back down. So we'll see where it's headed. But gold miners not so healthy right now. Imagine gold itself looks almost exactly the same. The only difference is gold peaks here, the gold miners peaked here instead. And that'd be the big difference between the two of them. Precious metals, falling knife for quite a while now. XLF, your financial sector, sitting right up there at all-time highs. Generally, that is not the sign of an unhealthy market. Healthy financial sector usually equals healthy market. We'll see what happens with it over the coming weeks here, but it is just the other day made itself a nice little move there into all-time highs. MDY is a mid-cap trust. It's equally weighted. So it's, 400 equally weighted stocks that are mid-caps. And just really grinding. Fairly tight range overall. That was an anomaly that dropped down and out. But fairly tight, here, all things considered. So that's not influenced by any one stock being, heavily cap weighted. And there's a shifting around quite a bit on me here. Some stuff moving around. Got to shoot back up. Find the RSP. That's your equally weighted S&P 500. So again, even with some fairly large cap stocks down quite a bit right now, RSP's holding on. Equally weighted S&P 500's holding on very nicely right now, actually. Nestled right up there. Just a couple of dollars off of lifetime highs. So looking pretty solid there, actually, overall. Can't take nothing away from this. You take quite a bit away from it. You can't take anything away from the overall strength of the market. I know there's a lot of narratives out there on how, things aren't looking good in some respects, but also if you count the number of stocks that are above their 200-day moving average and are still trending up, I think it's something like 66% of stocks, somewhere in that range, 64%, something like that. So just things I like to keep in mind here. IYG, another look at financial services. And again, very, very strong, sitting up at near all-time highs. So yeah, sitting real nice right there. All these were jumping around on me, so talked, and diamonds with dead diamonds. Dow, XLI, industrials, looking really healthy overall too. Not terribly far off that lifetime high that happened here. Not too shabby. I like to see it, hold that 180 and stay above that breakout level because look, resistance, couldn't quite get to it, but resistance has been support. Now, can it continue to be support? IYT, more important transports here, I would say, than that boat stock that we looked at before. Transports and shipping kind of hand in hand. This looks like it was a decay. So we look at it from September here. All right, I wouldn't say September. That's probably early 2024 where we're looking at it on that monthly chart. And just steady grind here. Steady grind for a long time on our transports. I think that's something important to always note, the transports, what they're doing. Clean energy. Had a nice run, clean energy, for a little bit here. Nice run. Been fading for a month plus, 2 months maybe. 8-week fade on it right now. See what that equals. I mean, daily chart really makes it look like come undone from here at that top. So we'll see what happens with clean energy. I mean, over 5 years, clean energy looks terrible, but that is that. Silver miners, SIL, they're going to look terrible. Yeah, they look pretty bad. It's like all the rest that has to do with precious metals at the moment. REIT, R-E-E-T. Got itself a nice grind going on here. Actually, not terribly far from a lifetime high at this point. Been a while since it was there, that's for sure. But actually better than I thought. I mean, you know, quite a grind over the last few years on it after really coming undone here. XLV, the healthcare services. Just did another all-time high right through here. Really came down. Big boom, big move out. You see that on the weekly chart there as well. So good stuff. Healthcare services looking all right. Medical devices look terrible. Healthcare services look decent. Agriculture, MOO, moo. Not looking great overall. Hey, you know what? I lied. They're grinding right now. They're grinding, putting in some work. But it's been a hot minute here with that fade. One could even argue a double top had transpired here. Question, or I don't know if it's question me. So Chris had a question on aligning time frame slots to visible candled in scans. TIU's rolling time frames is okay for price-based scans, but gets messy for intraday volume scans. Any solution to this? Nope. Sorry, our charts are our charts. There's no adjustments or manipulations or changes or other charts. Sorry. I mean, you know, we have a few different chart types, but I don't think they're going to do anything to help what you're looking for, to be honest. But, you know, you can right-click, go to chart style. You know, you're going to find candlestick line, bar area, high, low, close, open, high, low, close. But that's really it. And I don't think I don't think there's anything there specifically you're looking for that's going to assist with that. And yeah, as far as the scanning goes, yeah, there's no candlestick, anything like that. We don't have the data points to reference candlesticks like that. Alert window, sorry. You know, coming here to filters, you know, only candlestick stuff we have are alerts, and that's going to be like candle patterns, essentially. Nothing to do with volume. Everything else volume related. Everything volume related is going to be rolling time frame. That's correct. Yeah, there's no way to align them. Not like that, anyways. It's always a look back. It's always a look back that's not a candle. So, you know, the 1 minute volume is always looking back 1 minute. It's looking back 1 minute from now and 1 minute from now and so on and so forth. Yeah. I do not trade pre and post market. I'm a swing trader. I do most of my work in the outside hours, either later evenings or very early pre-market. I go through the scan that I like, really kind of just one scan at this point. Look at the charts that come through it, mark up charts that have any interest to me. I'll follow those stocks for a while, create some if-then scenarios. If this happens, then I'm likely to enter for these reasons. If I enter, then these are likely. This is not likely. This is my stop. This is my reason for my stop. This is how I'll manage the upside. I don't do targets. I have tentative areas I'd like to see a stock trend to on the upside. I do not hold out for that target. Let the market and the stock tell me when I should exit to the upside. My stop is my stop. It's non-negotiable. Stop gets hit, I'm done. Trade's done. Once I exit a trade, whether I get stopped out or I take profits on it, I don't really look at that stock for several days again, as not to get that kind of FOMO feeling where if I got stopped out, I don't want to jump right back in like, oh, well, now it's bouncing. Let me jump right back in. My original thesis is dead. Let the stock reset up. And if it comes back to the scans or anything, I'll look at it again. And if I have a winner and I exit it, hindsight means nothing, right? It means absolutely nothing. So if the stock falls after I got out of it, like great, it was the correct decision based on the trading plan. Awesome. That's nice. Doesn't mean anything though. And if the stock continues without me, it just gives me FOMO and like, oh, well, I made a mistake and I should have stayed in it longer and I left money on the table and blah, blah, blah. And that's not the way it works. That's not the way trading plans work. Your trading plan is supposed to protect you from heavy losses and guide you into locking in profits. And everything else is nonsense. Anyways, sorry, bit of a rant there. But no, I do not trade pre and post market. Early on, when I thought I was going to be a day trader and all those things like that, I tried pre-market. I don't like trading the pre-market. First off, day trading, a lot of it moves too fast for me. I don't want to have to move fast. I don't want to have to think like that. I like to be methodical, let things set up. And the pre and post market's even faster. On top of that, you can't just get out if you want. You got to get a fill, You got to send in a limit order. Brokers got to fill you. It gets kind of hairy sometimes with that. And I'll say I definitely took probably some of my biggest losses in the pre-market. I don't think I've ever traded the post-market, to be honest. I've exited some stocks in the post-market. I have put some orders to sell in the post-market, but I wouldn't call that post-market trading. I've never bought a stock in the post-market that I can remember. How do I play earnings? I don't. I've held through earnings, but if I'm holding through earnings, it just means that I have a thesis on a stock, the technicals of a stock, and the earnings aren't going to influence what my thesis is on my trading plan. I don't look for things near earnings, though. If something is near an earning and I'm not in it, I'm going to let earnings pass and let the stock settle after the earnings and reassess whether I belong looking at it or not. If I am holding something, unless I'm way up, I'm not exiting based on earnings. If I'm way down, it means I was stopped out. So there's no way down, really. I think the biggest thing with earnings is you have to understand that the reaction has little to do with the earnings. Can't count how many times I've seen a stock, come in, kill earnings, even guide well, and the stock tanks. And on the flip side, I've seen stock come in, earnings were terrible, they don't guide well, stock skyrockets. Doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't have to make sense, I guess. That's the way. Market doesn't make a lot of sense sometimes. Doesn't have to. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. If you got other questions, Amber, don't be shy. Fire those questions in. Got a few minutes here before Barry takes back over. My main strategy, I really kind of look at this one scan over here. I call it my evening scan. I'll share a link to it first if you're interested in it. For the record, I shared the scan with someone who is a day trader at a prop firm. This is years ago. They were looking to get into swing trading in addition to the day trading they're doing. They asked if I had any swing trading scans. I said, yeah, I've been using this one a couple of years. I like it. I've done decent with it. I don't know that's necessarily the scan. It's more, trading plan and trying to be disciplined, so on and so forth. And I shared the scan with them, and like 4 or 5 days later, maybe it was a week later, whatever it was, 2 weeks later. It wasn't a terribly long amount of time. They came back and they're like, I love the scan for day trading. I don't understand it for swing trading. It doesn't make sense. I'd been using the scan for 2 years at that point for swing trading. They couldn't make heads or tails of it. And I explained to them what I do with the scan, what I'm looking for, but they didn't think it was a swing trading scan at all. Anyways, what I do with the scan is, I go through each of these. Let me go into the details of the scan first. I am looking for stocks that are $11 or more. They have to have a relative volume of 1 or more and trade at least 750,000 shares on the day or more. I like to see this number a little higher nowadays, to be honest. They got to be 75% above the low of the 20-day range and 75% above the low of today's range. So I'm looking for stocks that have been trending up over the last 20 days and are moving strong today as well. So that's what I'm looking for with this scan. And I just go through and I look at charts. So something like Fresh here, you know, got some resistance to get in through here. Not, you know, it's trending nice to the upside overall. Definitely put in a base here. Definitely put in a bottom. Looking at weekly and daily charts here, you got higher lows, you got higher highs, but I just like, I don't know about this in here. You know, got $1 to move from here, maybe, give or take. I don't know if I like that risk reward, but I like patterns like that. I like to see things like that. I want to buy stocks that are going up. And I like them going up for more than a week or two. I don't like to buy stocks going down. That's not to say I won't buy like a real pullback, not a collapse. No, this chart is horrible. We discussed path earlier, actually, interestingly enough. You know, look, it looks like it's trying to base here, but this is a big area for it to get through right here. It's a big area for it to get through because it was resistance back here, basically. And it was support through here, but it didn't test that support a lot before giving it up. And it's been a lot of resistance again to the upside of it here. So that's path a little tough. GRH, Diamond, Rock, I was going to say hostility, hospitality. Nice trend moving up. Looks like it's all-time highs or just off of all-time highs here. So that's the kind of stock I like. It's kind of train left the station already, so I wouldn't mind seeing it hold into this area a little bit here to give a shot at entry. I don't like it enough. I'm not putting it on a short list to track, but you know, I like the pattern of the chart. I like the chart. CCRN. Maybe it's a buyout. Yeah, buyout. So there's nothing there. NU. New holdings. Nah, nothing there I like. Let's see, what else do we got? ETHA. Nah, nothing really crazy there that I'm looking at. Nope. VG, Venture Global. I don't know. It's interesting because we could clear this area here. Got some room to that upside. It's not a bad nearly 2-to-1 ratio. Upside potential where I'd look to the downside on this here. It's not bad. I'm not interested in it, but not a bad looking chart. So, you know, these are the kind of things that I'm looking for in the charts here, what I'm interested in. MAX. Really got itself going here. I'd like to see it consolidate a bit. It's way off any kind of lifetime high. 70 on that lifetime high, 70.33, so nowhere near it. So the big area for it to clear, though, this was a big area for it to clear. Wouldn't mind seeing, you know, if this had a couple of more days like this, market got on its side, it's not bad. There's definitely room on this. Gotta hit the Wayback Machine to find any kind of real resistance. Yeah, I like this chart actually quite a bit. Who the heck are they? Information. I'm gonna bookmark this one. Stalk it for a day or three and see what happens. Nope, I don't short sell. Don't do anything with ETFs either. I mean, I look at, you know, sector ETFs. Just find, you know, there any strength in the market anywhere, any weakness in the market anywhere, stuff of that nature. But I'm not a short seller. can't tell if I hear Barry or not.
Yeah, well, you want me to help you?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me.
I thought I heard you were tapping the mic or something.
No, actually, well, maybe. I wasn't tapping. I just turned it on, but I suppose
Okay, that might have been what it was. I was
that's
like,
probably
I
it.
just can't tell. Also, I got a fan going behind me and cars
Yeah.
going by and all that, and the mic just picks everything up. So
How's the weather there now? Is it still really hot, or is it sort of
no, it's
subsided a
lovely
bit?
now, but we were getting blown out by the smoke from the fires up in Ontario all last week. It was
Yeah.
bad around. It was real bad for a while around here.
Well, I'm glad to see that the World Cup, like the game, it didn't look bad.
No, it was all right. Saturday, they thought it would clear out of here on Saturday better than it did. It really hung around, I think, because some humidity had come in and a little bit of
Right.
rain, but it wasn't like a washout rain. So it was enough to like hold everything in the air. And then the humidity moved right out late Saturday night and to yesterday. And yesterday was a gorgeous day. It was really
Oh,
picture
excellent.
perfect. And
Okay.
today's probably the best day of the summer so far. It's like, let's see, it's got to be, let's call it 25 year temperature.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, 25, blue skies, all that,
Yeah. Okay.
light breeze. I'll take it.
All right. Well, let's see what happens tomorrow, because you'll be able to give me a live weather report tomorrow, because you're going to be doing Tuesday too.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
correct.
Okay, Chris. Well, thanks very much for spelling me, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Okay, guys. I am now. Can you guys hear me in the main room? Not in YouTube. Can you hear me in the main room? Also, the media server was disconnected. Okay, but you guys say you can still see my screen, but can you hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, the media server was disconnected, and that sometimes means I have to reboot myself within the room. But good, don't have to do that. Okay, guys, give me a moment as I just do a couple of things. Get rid of the announcement. And as always, get my music going. Without music, will be deadly. There we go. All right. Well, I'm glad I woke somebody up. All right, guys. So, this is the SSPC. So I'm watching. I mean, SpaceX had a nice move from 120 all the way up to 125. So there's a $5 move, but now we're starting to have a drift down. What will happen at the VWAP right here, SSPC? Yeah, no, Obi, I saw that. You know what, Obi, tomorrow, what time did you say that? Yes, you said that at 10:13, 10:13. Tomorrow, Obi, if you mention one that just pops over the EWAP, the VWAP, and it's a cheap stock, I'm going to take it. I'm just going to close my eyes and take it, okay? But the GM, yeah, the GMM, I mean, that's an awesome, it took a bit, but boy, it showed up in my trend reversals also. Now, it may have been earlier because remember I had to do a reboot, but 311, even if that was at 311, that is still a great look all the way up to 430. Now, I saw you mentioned WBD on the wow, so obviously on a bounce. And the judge orders Paramount to temporarily pop. Boy, this is ongoing. It seems like years now. Oh, you shorted it. Oh, okay. I just assumed you played the bounce. No, but I thought you played the bounce of it. Well, okay. I'm confused. When I saw this, I thought you obviously played the bounce, but you shorted it also, and then you played the and then You waited for the bounce to get in? Okay. You know, this is this. Well, okay. Unfortunately, it's coming right into a high. Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit far away. 957, 921. Okay. This is the two timer for Iran, IREN, a two timer. I mean, it's right at the high of the day. You cannot hear or see me. You know what I'm going to do? Okay, you're gonna lose me, guys. The screen sharing is gonna be gone. I am gonna do a fresh one. Okay, so it'll 10 seconds, maybe 20 seconds. The screen sharing will be gone. So give me a moment. Hmm. Hmm. Well, sorry about that, guys. It took a lot longer to get this media server connected. So I was doing that for you, Monica. So I hope hopefully you can see. Hopefully you can see and hear me. There I am. Okay, good. Yeah, I was worried because I was getting an error message trying to get back in, but okay, back in. Now, where was I? I was talking about the IREG guys, the IREG. A little bit of room to 961. Sort of interested in this one. This has been strong all day. The two timer for IREN. Now, I don't know if you guys can hear it right across from where I live in this gated community. There's some work being done in one of the units. There's a little pounding of a hammer, so I don't know if you hear that. Okay, so yeah, so that's what's happening. It's window replacement. All right, guys, 109 now. Hmm. Sorry, Stephanie. That's funny, Dan. Or F9. All right, guys. Let me see. Again, I don't want to. I don't want to lose sight of that. I might have already done it. Yeah, just blew it. Well, not blew it, but I should have got in right around here at the 9:10 mark for the IREG. Okay, guys, it's 1:11, so I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. Including all the scans and races, etc., that I am currently sharing. Okay, so at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. Doesn't matter whether you choose our standard or our premium service. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room right here. Company tracks the use of the promo codes. So if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the room free. The room's free. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this room, it's free also. A couple of perks though, a lot more interaction amongst traders. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want to come into a room where there's and interact with other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. And thank you, Obi, for doing that. In the room, too early for me. I'm in Vancouver, so too early for me to do it. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on the mic, both rooms, between 9 and 9:15. The reversal pullback scan. Are you talking about the gap reversal? Well, I'm going to go. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay, I'm just going to go. One more thing to do. If you click on my homepage link, scroll down, bottom. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And education, if you're taking out a subscription or thinking about it, click on the more info. And here we have 12 videos, 12 short videos. Mandatory you do this if you are taking out a subscription. But if you don't have a subscription and you're wondering about the product, it's not necessarily for you. So why don't you take a look at these videos? You can start off with the second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about what we're capable of doing. That should help make up your mind whether or not you want to even try us for at least a month. Okay, you can always unsubscribe after. Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. A free series of videos, 15 of them. And last, looking at my scans. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. So Elias, are you talking about the daily reversal, daily trend reversal? Is that what you mean? Pullback scan, or I don't know. I don't have something that technically is a pullback scan. But this is not a pullback at all. Okay, this is just so if I show you an example of one. So you can see IREG the day before. This is Friday. You can see what it did. Okay, IREG. It had to close down at least 5% on that day, and then it's had a reversal today. that's what it's looking for. Okay, as an example. So if you want that, you can have it. It's just called the daily trend reversals. Is that what you're looking for? Daily trend reversals. Yes. Okay. Well, there it is. Okay. Here it is, the daily trend reversals. And remember, it is works both ways. You know that this is revert. It's not as dramatic as the IREG, but this was a one that was up on Friday, down today. Now this is it's a company ETF, but nonetheless, this is probably going to be a little more dramatic even. Yeah, maybe not. This was up, JLHL, up, down today. But that's what it's looking for. And the way it's color coded is that if it's in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. If it's in yellow, a suggestion to go short. Okay. So it's basically these two, up big yesterday, but down today, down big yesterday, but up today. It's these two. So if you only wanted to see the ones that were down yesterday, and in other words, if you only wanted to sort of direct yourself to the longs, then you could always uncheck. These you just pick. You can always uncheck that one, for instance, or if you just want to look at shorts, and it's up to you. I'd keep them. I'd keep them both because just because something was a suggestion to go long, it may top out. And remember, think of it this way: some stock that was down the day before, and then it's recovering today, but maybe for all the reasons it was down the day before, they're still there. It's having a bounce, and maybe it kind of tops out today, and maybe it starts down again. So I mean, and I'm not just talking to you, Elias, but that's the way I would look at it, rather than just say, no, I only want to go long. So I don't want to see the short opportunities because they could bounce. Anyway, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Well, these are the two races right here. The large cap race is right here. And the other race, the volatile race, this one down here. This is the volatile race. Halts resumes right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. I have this one up and running on my other monitor, the up down 25 cents. I have this one up and running on my other monitor, the daily trend reversals. The other ones I don't have up and running right now. Now, a word about loading my scans. You load my scan, anything right now, especially the races, okay? You're not going to have the same top 10 list that I have. So don't think you're doing something wrong. You won't have a top 10 list at all. Okay, your top 10 list in the race will be built from the time you load the race. So if you're looking at my homepage right now and think, yeah, wouldn't mind having this large cap gainers. Well, your race then is starting at 1:18 p.m. Eastern time. And so your top 10 list will be built from that time on. Same thing with the trend reversals. You'll probably see the last one that was on the long side and the last one that was on the short side. But you won't see you. So don't think you've done something wrong when you load and you say, well, how come I don't have the same alerts that you do? Yeah, a couple of big heavyweights, Google and Tesla. Yeah, Wednesday afternoon earnings. Yeah. And then I did not know that Texas Instruments was that expensive. I thought it was one of those ones that had really, Texas Instruments. I mean, that used to be. Well, I guess they're still huge. I mean, positioned in the lifetime range, 82%. I guess they do more than making calculators now. Give me a moment. Okay, let's see. Is there anything that's again, the IREG is still kind of drifting its way up. Someone suggested GVH. Well, I can't tell you if it's worth it. I mean, you have to have your own. I can't tell you if it's worth it. I mean, it's got hammered down. I mean, it had news and it popped up in the pre-market and then it just completely dropped. So I can't tell you if it's worth it. I mean, it's in a downtrend on the 15. It's not, so I cannot say that it's worth it. So you're probably talking about William, who took it at 138. But I mean, that's devastating. I mean, it gets up to 924 on the news. I mean, they had some news. Which I cannot find right now. But did have some news, and then see if there's maybe we might have the news. Yeah, so there's the news. Signs a global distribution agreement with DramaBox. So okay, boom, it popped up, but from 924 down to 143. Well, let's see if this can hold. Okay, the GMM. Let's see if this VWAP can hold it. 369 or so is the VWAP. Call it 360ish. Okay, it's coming into it. Let's see, and maybe if it gets over 4 again, it might have another run. I'm going to put a price alert around 412 for the GMM. And the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 579. Okay, guys, getting back to 4 guys. Okay, the GMM, if it takes this out, this could have another run. The high is 436. There's still room on the weekly chart anyway to 579. So I'd be paying attention to this level right here. Oh man, so ZYBT got halted on the way up. Okay, this may not be over. It may not be over. Okay, the float. Look at the 127 million have traded already. Well, not already. 127 million shares have traded. I'm going to put a price alert around 311. Just see if it takes out that 311 again, and maybe has a last an afternoon run. I was going to suggest maybe Wednesday, yeah, with Tesla and Google and Texas Instruments, and now. All right. So when I leave, guys, that's it. I'll usually wrap up around 2 o'clock. I'll always say later if there are questions, though. But even if you do it Wednesday, I doubt if you're going to be hanging around till 4 o'clock. Unless we get a whole bunch of postings. Woof, it's only 1:30. I'm actually ready to pack it in. I mean, I'm just not really feeling it. I mean, I'm going to kind of wait on the GMM and maybe the ZYBT. See what happens when it comes out of the halt. There's the blue window here is from Interactive Brokers, right? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price, potential open. Well, I'm going to risk it, guys. I'm going to go to the dock channel bar. I'm going to try to load this. Well, I know I can load it, but question is, can I? I'm going to click on the sector status. Question is, can I close it? But let's take a look at the sectors now. Now that we're, I mean, I should have done this earlier, but I was a little afraid to because I wasn't able to close it. I think I'll be able to close it. Silver now, silver SMH is still the silver and SMH, though SMH has given some up. I think in the pre-market it was up about 3. Let's take a look if there's anything. There's Urban Outfitters. I think that's a retail company. Urban Outfitters, top one in retail. What's the worst one? Carvana and GPI. Healthcare. There's Elva's up. This one was a big one last week on the, I think at earnings last week, perhaps. Yeah, July 16th. So yeah, but playing the company ETF. I did not I did not catch that, William. That Fig triggered. Okay. What's the worst one? I'm just looking for something that's really. No, Apple and Oracle. Apple and Oracle, the two worst tech stocks. Worst in that they're down the most percentage wise. Wow, GPN this is not an earnings play, I don't think. GPN is up a lot, 6%. All right, let's see if I can get. Okay, well this time it worked. Okay. So Fig triggered, was it 40, right? You said 40? 24.40? Yeah, okay. So Fig triggered. This is the trade of the week, guys. So the trigger was 24.40, I believe. So how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. The next high looking left on a weekly chart is 24.87. What did it get to today? Probably right there, 24.85. Now, if it can take this out, then the next high is 27.74 on the weekly chart. So there is some room. I know you hate Fig, though. You hate it, William. I thought you said you didn't like Fig last week. I thought it was one of those pigs. Or was it figs? Okay, well then I'm wrong. I thought you said you didn't like Fig at all. Yeah, you're right. ZYBT halted on the way up. 133.09. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, that'll be 138.09. All right, guys. So the opening could be around the 311 mark for the ZYBT. Okay. So thank you, Obi. Obi says he will keep the room open to 2:45 today. Okay. So I will keep my layout up and running then until Obi shuts down the room. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. This is pretty interesting, guys. A lot of action right around this 407 mark. Okay, in terms of volume and for the day. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Looking interesting, guys. The GMM making higher lows right now. Got to keep over 4. Got to probably get to 410, 413. Get some volume coming in, and this now these excuse me, the ZYBT pulled back actually after the halt. This might get halted again. Hard to believe it's. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, I guess I have to mention it, but SDOT is trying to make a little bit of a move here. SDOT, right here, a little bit of a move, little buy flag there. Trend changing to blue. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I'm not seeing any questions right now. So what I'm going to do, I'll put myself on mute. I'll certainly hang around till 2 o'clock. If I see a question, I'll hop back on. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Please do. Please. I want questions. It's the only way to run a, it's the only run of, excuse me, it's the only way to run a back test. You can only run a back test from an alert window. Yes. So, so the answer is yes. Because remember what the back tester is supposed to do. It's saying you can go back, say 3 months, 63 trading days. It's saying if I have an alert window, develop, and remember, an alert window has a trigger of some sort, a real time alert of some sort. So it's saying what would happen if I took every single alert that happened over up to the last 63 days, and you have to. So it has to be a real time alert. So it takes that trade and it shows you what would happen if you took every single trade. As long as you have a trigger, as long as there's a trigger, like a trigger, a real time alert, it has to be one of these. Okay, it has to be one of the well, one of them, and there's a lot of them. Okay, you have to have your scan that's created with you have your filters. Okay, and then you'll have to create something that is going to trigger, and it has to be to give you the real time alert with your filters values met. Nope. Oh, I don't know what by default is, but you can easily control that. I mean, you can easily control when you want to exit trades. That's really simple. I don't know if the default is that. I really don't know, but it's easy to say, okay, you can choose when you want to get into a trade, like what time, 15 minutes after the market opens. I would not do it at 9:30. You'll get so many alerts, if you want to try it, but then you can say, and here's how long I want to hold it. That's easy to do. You've obviously you've looked at the back tester. So what do you mean by I want to create my own alerts next to Holly AI? First do testing and then set the scanners as desired. What do you mean by that exactly? Because remember, you don't know what scan produced the any one of these. You don't know what scan. Well, you can't do European stocks. It's only US stocks, so it's just the US stock market. You could be. Oh, yeah. It just got halted again, didn't it? And now, potential open in the 350 mark. True, the breakout strategy is part of Holly, but you don't know, you have no idea what the filters are that are being used. I will tell you this. Here's let me just load one. So here's a momentum scan, okay? Here are the filters that are being used in this one. Just stocks between 1 and 40, current volume is at least 30, volume is etc. The AI alerts, they would probably have 15 to 20 filters with all sorts of different values. So you have no idea, it may say that it's a breakout scan or breakout strategy, but you have no idea what the filters are that are being used nor the values. And you'll never know. I mean, it's something that's just proprietary. Well, I'm sharing them every day. Every single day, I'm sharing my scans. You go to my homepage, and scroll down until you see the scan section right here. So this is what I'm currently sharing. Now, they're not all scans. These are two races here, large cap gainers, and the other race, over here. Pre-market actives up and down. They're not scans, but these are scans. Momentum scan, the gap scanner, the abnormal option activity, and the up down 25 cents, and also this one, the daily trend reversal. Scans meaning it's an alert window, okay, with a trigger, with some kind of a trigger. Most of mine are new high or new low of the day. In fact, they're all either new high or new low of the day as the trigger. So again, this is a real simple one, the momentum. So the bottom line, if all these values are met, all these filter values are met, and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. It also works, well, it'll work in the pre-market, but I have to take out the current volume. Okay? Because if you have the current volume as a filter, you'll get no data in the pre-market. So I always have to remember when I leave tonight to change to basically delete that and then put it back when the market opens. Otherwise, I get so many alerts. Well, Baya has just given it all up, guys. 989, 384 now. Not short. There are shorts. They might have just come on. 7,700 shares available at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised with that float. So are you asking that when I click on a symbol, yeah, I'm doing my manual check to see whether or not I want to take the trade if it's a candidate by looking left on a weekly on a daily, weekly, monthly chart to see how much room it has to run. I'm also checking to see where the VWAP is. If I wanted to take this is say for argument's sake, BIYA started to move up, and when I saw it, it was right here, okay, right up there, right below the VWAP. I wouldn't take the trade as an example because for me it's too close to the VWAP. I would because I'm always thinking that the VWAP could act as resistance on the way up. So I wouldn't take the trade if it was very close. Down here, if it started to curl, it's possible. But I mean, this is really getting beaten up now. But that's just an example. So yes, if you're talking about my manual checks, yes. I will never auto trade. Never, ever will I auto trade. I'll always want to click on the symbol, check the charts out quickly, make sure I don't see anything that could stall it from moving higher if I'm going long, or lower if I'm going short. Now, just because a stock has a lot of room on the daily chart, I'm looking left and say, wow, it's got a lot of room. Doesn't mean it's going to hit that. It may stop. Doesn't mean it's going to go 1 cent more. But I just try to take one reason why a stock may not continue going higher out of the equation, and that is the next high looking left. That's for me. Best thing to do, practice in the simulator. Use our real-time simulator to practice trading. It's part of the standard service. Well, William, I almost took this bias short, but then your little voice in my ear or my head said that you don't take shorts if the buy rate is over 330%. Almost you don't normally treat or try these really really cheap stocks, but I thought maybe I'd try one, but I looked and said but boy, 280 is the next low looking left. Wow. $3 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. Boy, oh boy, that is really getting beaten up now. Here's something I don't think. Yeah, this is the first. Oh, halt on the way down. Okay, ATHR. Just saying, this is a new halt. Man, but look at this. Look at this buy. I mean, I had the alert at 392. Okay, 392, and we are talking now 347. If William's little voice had not been triggering me, I would have taken this short. Now, there has been some short covering, because when we looked last, it was 7,000, a little over 7,000 shares available. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is telling me how many shares are available to short. And this should be it. Now, you see, there's a little more covering. Oh, man, well, that been awesome. Would have been my best trade of the day. Oh, I was shocked to see they were available. And it just got halted. And boy, oh boy, my guess. Yeah, wow. Halted on the way down, and look at the potential open. Well, at one, it flashed 270, but even so, 290. I'm not saying that doesn't have to open there, but we're halted at 329 now. So how much is your opinion worth, William? Well, it'd be interesting to see where is this going to open. Now it's possible, it'll find some, excuse me, some kind of a bounce area, but boy, it's just getting hammered now. Really interesting how different brokers have different. And see how there's been a little more short covering at Interactive Brokers. It's interesting how some different brokers have different number one, the shares available, and number two, the fee rate. Guys, it's possible this might have a late day run. Doesn't have a lot of room to run to 233, but if they went from 207 to 233, it's at the high of the day. They showed up on the reversal scan early on. Possible that it'll get some volume coming in. Might have a late day run, and that is the STIM. Hmm. Interesting. So now it has actually come back to the halt price. That column here has come back to the halt price. So it's possible. It's possible that, well, we might have a bounce. So it's pretty hard. It's in a straight down. Okay, guys, it is now 2 o'clock. So I'll hang around for about one more minute, check to see if there are any questions. If no questions, I'm going to take off. But Obi will keep the room open. I have to shut down YouTube completely, but Obi will keep the room open. So, guys, if you're in YouTube right now, the main room will be open till 2:45. I will be gone. Though sometimes what I'll do is if I'm still sitting at my desk and I see a question, I will answer it. So for those of you in YouTube, you just have to click on my homepage link and then just scroll down a bit until you see the trading room. Oops, the trading room right here. Okay. So this room will be open actually to 2:45. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. Okay. Well, a wee pop, guys, for the BIYA. Well, not a wee one. I mean, down to 306 up to 346. That's a nice little percentage move. That looks like something Poe should have done if Poe was still in the room. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I'm going to take off. So I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream right now. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock.